just some kind of motive to keep me from giving up. Overthinking, my mind runs in circles. Where did I go wrong? I'm just hopeful that you're somewhere out there, 'cause you're the one that kept me strong. Look up high to the stars, watch the world eclipse. Got your hand locked in mine, I won't let it slip. Turn the page, start anew, we can flip the script. I won't leave you all alone. Paint the sky with the colors that I've never seen. Cut the tether, we will float into the galaxy. You know where to find me. You know where to find me.
Just hold me close. We make time move slow before we overflow, before we lose it all. Look up high to the stars, watch the world eclipse. Got your hand locked in mine, I won't let it slip. Turn the page, start anew, we can flip the script. I won't leave you all alone. Paint the sky with the colors that I've never seen. Cut the tether, we will float into the galaxy. You know where to find me. You know where to find me.
Ah. Hello, hello. Let's see who pops their head in. See if everything's working. Oh, I will use this time to test the chat widget. Not that I know how to do that. Let's see, let's type in chat. Test 2. Oh! Oh my god, it works. I might have to change this stuff though. That is amazing. Oh god, I'm moving the background. Oh god, it. Test 3. See what that looks like. You can see it. Amazing. Does that interfere with the other one at all? Yeah, if we do that actually. then it'll keep the messages. Total noob at this stuff. What other settings do we have here? Oh yeah, I was going to test if it interferes with the alert box. Let's see. Write a boop and then test.
Dude, Canvas is so cool.
That looks good to me. Yep, they're not clashing. And because that looks like it's very much to the right there. Let's see. I think I just have a really long name, and that's why it's doing that. Cool. Let's put some background music on while we wait. Which song should we choose? Choose this one. I can explain for the VOD what the plan is today. We are going to be going through the rest of the pack. Last stream we made it through one category. We went through all of the basses, and I broke down all the sound design for all the parts that I did. This time around we're going to try and get through the rest of the pack. Starting with the drums and working our way down. And yeah, we'll see how far we can get in however long it takes. Might do a part 3, depending on how far we get. But if you're watching this on the VOD, then you'll know. You'll know how far we got. And you can tell me from the future. Chuffed about that chat widget. That's good because someone was requesting that I added that. Leave me a comment if it's in a good place, or I could move it to there. Oh god, I moved the background. I could move it there maybe, or no, we don't want to cut any of it off. I think it's fine there, to be honest. By the little flag. Looks good to me. I might just get started. Just so cause people can skip back if they want to see anything. Because it's going to take a while. So I might as well get going. Okay. Where do we end off? We ended off at the end of the basses. So we are starting with the drums today. Yeah, so the drums I broke down into all of these different categories. We have claps, cymbals, and the cymbals is broken up into hi-hats and rides. We have drum fills, we have kicks, we have loops, we have ploink snares, which are good fun. We have rims, we have snares, and we have top loops. Hello. Hey, Enduro. Long time no see. I hope you've been well. I see that didn't pop up in the chat widget. That's concerning. I don't know what I did. I might have broken it. Let's see. Uh-oh. It's gone. Oh, there we go. Popped up now. Must just be a bit of a delay or something. Yeah, how are you? It's nice to see you. Thank you for hopping in. Good, I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, I'm doing well. Yeah, I've literally just hopped on. I'm going to be going through my my sample pack and looking at all the sounds and telling everyone how I made them, which should be good fun. Yeah, so I'm starting with the claps now. These are all the claps I made. Very, very weird ones. Yeah, and making claps is pretty simple. Let me load up a serum. I will quickly go over it. Because again, this was a thing that I learned from Virtual Riot, because of course I did. And all you got to do is turn off the main oscillator, choose a cool noise sound, probably like bright pink, bright white, draw a kind of LFO shape like that, where it has a bunch of like spiky boys like that. Take off the BPM so you can kind of fine tune it nicer. Put that on the level. Oh, put it to envelope, that's important. And there you go. That is a basic clap. Changing the rate, change the length of it. So if you want it really tight or really not tight. Yeah, and that's the basic concept. And then just changing the noise. Will give you like totally different sounds. And that's basically all I did. You can hear these have like a bit of reverb on them. So if I go back to the bright white, I think I didn't do much processing, just a bit of like room reverb, so turning the decay all the way down, just to give it a bit of space. And then another like really kind of simple tip to kind of give it more, because you want your claps to kind of have like sound to them, right? And that's kind of around this area here. And you can kind of mess, if you like do a bell curve and kind of boost stuff, like depending on where you have it, can drastically kind of change the timbre. Because there sounds like really clappy. That is a bit more high end, right? And then just a bit of distortion. I probably didn't do anything too crazy. Just go to drums maybe, see what they got, see what sounds cool. Yeah, something like that. That sounds cool to me. And then obviously you can do like drum shaping with like soft clippers, transient shapers, all that quirky stuff, like limiters, just to tame peaks. And yeah, just doing a bunch of fine tuning like that is how I made all these claps. Yeah, that's that. That's the claps all done. Nothing too crazy with them. Oh, just chilling at work. Oh, wow. That's cool that you can, like, you're able to watch streams and videos and stuff while you're at work. I hope I make good background noise with my dorky sounds. Right, the cymbals. Similar thing with the claps. Oh, also actually, I've just remembered with the claps, you don't actually need like a synthesizer to do this. You can literally get like a white noise. So any kind of white noise sound. There we go. That's just like a white noise sample, right? You can find free ones on YouTube or like free downloads anywhere. Yeah, literally just, whoops, don't need that. Literally just a white noise sound. Fruity balance. And yeah, if you put like a volume automation, it doesn't even have to be fruity balance. It could be anything. It could be, you could even use like Shaperbox or LFO tool if you really wanted to. And yeah, just drawing in that like same shape. Maybe put it on a smaller grid so you have a bit more control, right? Like this, and you can like change it like that. Do another one. To get it off grid, I'm just holding Alt, just so you can have a bit more fine tuning. Maybe like a bit of a shape like that. Yeah, same basic shape. I wonder if we can mess with the stuff in here to like extend it, change the size of it at all. I've never really used this, to be honest. But if we wanted to make it a bit longer, then could we do that? Yes, we could. That's probably a bit too, because you want to find that like sweet spot where you don't hear the like individual things. It's quite finicky. You get the idea though. But yeah, just proving a point that you don't actually need Serum or like fancy stuff to make drums like this. You can literally just do it with white noise. You could probably even do it with like a field recording. Let's look. Let's grab a field recording. Hey Splash, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, let's just get. That's like a field recording from the pack of just like football chants, like from a football stadium. Yeah, that's kind of like a lo-fi kind of clap. That's quite cool. Yeah, you can quite easily scrub through them and get like different variations. Yeah, so there you go. You don't even need Serum to make cool claps. Yeah, okay, cymbals. Similar thing. It that's because that's because my mouse is on no, my microphone is a condenser. So it picks up like all of the room. So like you can hear all my mouse clicks and stuff, and that's getting picked up by the mic. It's silly. Hi-hats. Again, I'll just open up a Serum. For most of these, I didn't use Serum, but I will talk about that in a sec. Again, white noise with a LFO on envelope, BPM off. There you go. There is a hi-hat, literally. And then messing with messing with everything, you get different variations. Like you can add hyperdimension. And of course, hi-hats you don't want much low end at all. So you can just get rid of that with a filter. Set it to the noise. Whoops, put it on high pass. Oop. What am I doing? There we go. Hey, Hyper. Nice to see you. Nice to see ya. You haven't missed much. I just went over the claps, but we're on YouTube, so you can go back and watch it whenever you want. That's the beauty of it. Yeah, so white noise, no low end, quick kind of LFO shape. You can just widen it. You can. There's not much you can do for this kind of thing. It's pretty much the same, right? You could probably be a bit quirky and experimental, more experimental than I. But yeah, that's the basic idea. All right, Enduro, it was nice to see you. You have a nice rest of your day. Hope we can. I'll catch you another time. But there were these hats and the rides. I used Ableton again, and I was using Operator to create these hats. And again, this was something from Virtual Riot. He did a whole big video on drums. Really good video that I recommend you give a check out because it's got some really cool tips and tricks in there. And obviously I won't go over how he did them because we're in FL today. Maybe sometime I can do a stream in Ableton and show you how, like, some fun sound design stuff in Ableton. But the basic premise is using Operator and FMing 4 square waves with each other. And then apparently that magically makes like cymbal sounds. I don't know. Apparently that's like how old 808 machines, or like how old like machines made cymbal sounds, which is pretty cool. But yeah, Operator is really cool because you have lots of parameters to tweak, and you can like mass change the length and the like size, and yeah, really cool. But yeah, go check out the Virtual Riot video if you want to know how to make these. Pretty easy. Okay, we have drum fills. Yeah, quirky drum fills. We didn't do a lot of these. I just kind of did these because we didn't have any at the end of the pack, and I was like, "Ooh, we should make some drum fills." I did these using XO by oh fuck, who makes XO? I've forgotten now. That's bad. By the same people who make RC20. Excellent audio, of course. I knew that. There's no audio. Oh nay, not again. I'm rubbish at this. No. Oh goodness gracious. Well then. Bro, I am a terrible streamer, I tell you. God damn it. God damn it. It's because I was using my interface beforehand, and the stream audio is not set to the interface. God damn it. Thank you for letting me know. I'll quickly go through the claps again. So stupid. There's the claps. Here's the patch we made, just for reference. And yeah, you can do hyper stuff, make it wide and metallic. You could probably add a flange or a combs filter on it to make it sound more metallic and quirky as the combs. Yep, that's what that sounds like. Oh, without the processing, it sounds like basically the same, to be honest. Oh, it's because there is no processing. There we go. And oh yeah, I deleted the one that we made with. I'll show you quickly. It was literally just like I got a field recording. Where is it? Where is it? Foley field recordings. We go for that, and then we get a balance. I see a scratchy. You came in just the right time to not see me. Like, you can hear the audio scratch because I totally didn't mess that up again. Lamau. I hope you're good, Scratch. It's nice to see you. I will quickly recreate the things that I was doing. That's so funny. I did that 2 streams in a row. God damn it. We make a shape like that, have a bit of a curve on it, and then it sounds like nice lo-fi clap, right? And then you can scrub through it and get different variations, or you can change sample. That was a weird one. And get more variations. There we go. That's all I did. The cymbals, where are the cymbals? Drums. These what these sound like. They sound like that. And then, yeah. And so these were all made with Operator, as I was saying, which I can't show off. But yeah, if you want to make a basic hi-hat in Serum, it's just a white noise again, getting rid of all the lows, a kind of this kind of LFO shape, and then yeah, just the same kind of processing. Just go be creative with the processing, put the combs filters, put phasers, flanges, put super crazy widening effects, like layer them up with like other textures. There's so much you can do, which I didn't do because these are really basic. Yeah. And that is where we got up to. Okay, well, do you know what tricked me? It's because I was listening to music through Resonic, and I could see like, oh, that's coming up through my stream thing, so there's sound coming through. And I neglected to realize that the FL Studio was on a different interface, or a different audio driver. Professional though. We have fun here. We have fun here at Canvas headquarters. So, drum fills. I'm not amazing at making drum fills. I don't use them enough in my music, but they're really good, and you probably should use them. And yeah, as I was saying, I was using XO to create these, which is a crazy drum sampler and drum like sample library organizer, sample manager, I should say. But it's also got a sequencer. It has like randomization effects. You can do cool like swing stuff. But yeah, the main kind of sell for this plugin is that you can sounds are organized by pitch on the X axis. So this is the low end. And then as you go to the right, it gets more high, I believe. And then on the y-axis is the length. So down here is really long kind of samples. And as you go up to the top, everything becomes really short. So yeah, you've probably heard this sound before. Because I'm pretty sure I included a similar sound to that in one of the previous packs because I thought it sounded funny. So I just recorded me going through like because that sounds cool. And I think you can do some cool granular stuff if you put that into a granular synth. We should do that. We can maybe do that later. So what I did was I just got a bunch of random sounds, and the way to do that, you like click a sound and you assign it here. So yeah, just choose a bunch of random sounds, kind of get a bit of everything. So we have those random sounds. And then we go to the piano roll. And as you can see, I can draw them in, and they all play like a basic sequencer. And not super massive. I normally put a bit of processing on it before I kind of tweak the sounds, just so it sounds a bit kind of more beefy. Kind of cool preset. That sounds pretty cool. We could put a transient shaper on there as well. Punch is my go-to. Is it punch or panch? I don't know. I say punch. It's my kind of go-to transient shaper, or like limiter soft clipper, because it's really visual. You can just like straight up just see the waveform, which is always cool. So we make that a bit kind of punchier. We can make it a bit tighter with the length. That sounds nice. We'll put a soothe on it because it's quite harsh in that high end. Yeah. Nice. And yeah. And then now we have this. I make a kind of interesting fill with all these elements. So something quite fast, like something random. We can do some velocity stuff, so it kind of goes up in volume, like. We put that there. Yep, you get the idea. Just some random kind of fill thing. And the cool thing about doing it with XO is that down here we have a little like a window with all the samples. So these are all the samples that we've chosen here. And if we can scroll left and right, and XO will choose samples that are similar in timbre to what we've chosen, and then we get a totally different drum fill. There you go. Yeah, just basically doing that. Like changing up the rhythm, like see what this does. We can do like yeah, that sounds pretty cool. And if there's a one of the elements that we like specifically like, because I quite like that. I quite like this snare. It sounds quite cool with the snare roll. What we can do is we can lock it in place just by like hovering over it and clicking the like lock button. And then as we switch through now, everything will change except for that one snare. That's quite interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. I like that. Yeah, and that's basically what I did to do these. Yeah, you can hear that they sound. That's the sound, right? Yeah, and because it's drums, you can frequency shift them around if you want a slightly different tone. So let's try pitching it down a bit. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Yeah, that's basically how I made the drum fills. Pretty cool technique. You don't need XO to do this, obviously. You can obviously just do it by hand, by like dragging in. You could just drag in drum samples, right? Let me try and recreate the thingy that I did. Oh, that was actually a snare, wasn't it? So, well, that's a cool one. So that is like that. Like that. This might sound weird, but that's part of the fun. Yeah, so I make the same kind of pattern with some just random samples. Sounds a bit off. But you get the idea. You don't need XO to do it. It just kind of makes your life a bit easier. There's a free sampler that I use called Citalia. Oh, I don't know if I have it installed actually now that I've said that. Let's have a look. Citalia. Yep. This is a free drum like sampler and sequencer. So you can do this like a similar thing, and you can like quickly switch out samples like this. Put a rim there, put a kick there, and then you get the idea. You don't need XO for it, but it's just one of these like speedy uppy, makes your life easier. I don't know. I mean, there's an XO alternative by Waves, I believe, which I forget the name of, but it didn't. I don't think it's as good as XO. They're not paying me. I wish they did, but they're not. But yeah, cool stuff. Kicks. We are moving on to the kicks. Now, kicks are good fun. I went for it this year. I said, you know what? It's been 2 packs. I'm rubbish at making kicks. I said, screw it, and I bought Kick 2. And that was a very good purchase. Because let me tell you, it made it very, very easy to make nice kicks. Some of these I did in Operator. Those ones I did with Operator. Again, that was an AU5 tutorial that I was following. Good video. I used Operator for some of the snares as well. But I think these ones. I think this one I made with Serum. I think that one I made with Serum. But these ones I made with Kick 2. I like these ones. Very smooth. Let me play them all, sorry. That's a weird one. This one I made as part of a uni project, where we had to like do field recordings and process those into like we had to make a whole song with those field recordings. Yeah, Zappa Papa. That is the name of this one. Would you not agree that that is a Zappa Papa though? I think it's a good name. But yeah, this kick was made out of a glass cup that I kind of like hit against my desk like that, and then I like pitched it down and like processed it and just made it sound like this. I couldn't tell you exactly how I did it, but yeah, it's just basically, it's like an interesting way of making kicks is just like resampling like hits, like Foley hits and stuff like that. Oh, hey, I see a cam, I see a curb. It's nice to see you. And I'm glad you like the name. Cup music, exactly. It is cup music. But that's that one, and that's really fun for kind of like future garagey or like burial style garage. That's why I named it a burial kick. You want to see what it's all about? Well, it's gonna be a big info dump is what these streams are about, because I'm currently going through every part of the charity pack that we've been working on, just to like show it off and break down how I made all the sounds. So that's what we're up to. But yeah, I've been streaming. I did a 2-hour stream yesterday, and I only got through the first category, so that's why I've started like an extra like hour early. Oh dear. So these kicks, these first two, I made with Serum. And just as another quick rundown of how to make kicks, because there are a billion tutorials online that go into way more detail and make way better kicks than I do. But the basic thing is a sine wave with a pitch drop, kind of similar to the 808s, but faster. See that? Not like that. And this is too high, so we want to pitch it down and find a sweet spot. There we go. And then we want another LFO on the shape, and you want something kind of like, I mean, there's no right answers, it's like depending on what you're looking for, but if you want a kind of dubsteppy kick, I guess, then you'd want something kind of that shaped. Yep, easy. And then it's just about like fine tuning, changing how much it pitches, has a big effect on the transient, make it more like lasery. You can add another LFO. You could do this with an envelope actually. Put an envelope on the white noise to get a transient, a proper transient. But you want that really short. You don't want it to like overlap at all. And if you want it to be like really like smarty about it, you could ever so slightly move the give the level attack a bit of a like attack so they don't clash. Not much of a difference, but there's some smart people who would do that. Not me though. And yeah, changing the noise type will get you different transients, which will change the kind of sound depending on what you're looking for. Distortion. You don't want to go too crazy with the distortion because this is just like all low end. Distorting it kind of, unless you wanted a kick like that, then yeah, you got to be kind of subtle with the distortion. There's also another trick that I don't know how to do, but there's a way to make Serum not like have any like pitch variation when you're pressing different notes, but I don't know how to do that, to be honest. I wish I did. But yeah, And then, yeah, just shaping the kick with distortion. You know, we'll bring up thermal again. No, we'll use Camera Crusher just to be funny. Yeah, just try a bunch of different presets and then EQ. Because this kind of area is what's going to make it sound terrible and like muddy. So taming that. Yep, that's a basic way to make a kick in Serum. And then yeah, again, there it is. Virtual Riot has made a tutorial on how to make kicks. AU5 has made a tutorial on how to make them. There's loads of stuff out there. But if you had no idea, then there you go. But the way I made it for, oh yeah, so these are done in Operator. Again, I was following a tutorial, like an AU5 tutorial, so I won't go over that. But it was basically what I did in Serum, but in Operator with a sine wave with a pitch modulation. But yeah, these kicks, I used Kick 2, which I'm very happy with. I think they sound pretty cool. And Kick 2, if you don't know, is basically a dedicated kick sound design tool. So this is just the default preset. And you have clicks and layers here. You have like built-in effects down here, like distortion, like compression and EQ. And here you can like draw the shape. So this line is like the pitch envelope. So you can change the transient, make it more zappy, or you can do crazy stuff like have it like really long. You can make probably fancy percussions using this as well. I tend to have them be like not have like a discernible note, because like you can have a big room kick that's like, or like it stays on a note, right? Like where you can like really tell what note it is. But yeah, if you put all these like right to the bottom, then you can just make a cool thumpy sound. And then there's a length here, which is like a changing the size and length of the kick. And then here we have the amplitude, which is, you can see the background like waveform of the kick. You can have it, dubstep kicks are kind of very like blocky and like squarey. She's kicking it. I am. Watch your butts. You're gonna get heckin' booted. Gonna heckin' boot you into the sun. But yeah, that's and over here you have the clicks. So I think it comes. So yeah, there's like a billion factory clicks and crazy stuff, which are good fun. So yeah, so with some of these, like you can hear like they're quite textured. I think I just like dragged in some kind of like Foley kind of stuff, like keys jingling, or so it does sound like a techno kick. Or like just some like random Foley. It could be like fire burning or water trickling. There's like no rules, right? You can do whatever. Just to add like interesting layers, because everyone's heard a kick that sounds like that, right? That's like a boring kick. But that one has like a bit of intrigue and texture and fun stuff to it. So let me drag in. What can I drag in? Ooh, let's try these. Yeah, you can just drag stuff in. There you go, that's got a bit more. Has a bit of a weird character to it now. and you can change the length, the start time, the pitch, and you can high or low pass it here. You can turn it up or down here, which is cool. That might sound cool. If it plays, which is not. You get the idea. And yeah, and then you can just come down here and you can generate the kick and then drag it out here or drag it into a sample pack, and be done with it. And yeah, I'm not the best at making kicks and drums in general. I find them quite tricky to like pinpoint. But a tip for that, if you are struggling with making drums, is to, once you've made a drum, make like a short track with them or like a little beat, just so you can hear the kick in context, because then you can kind of shape it to fit that track and then just render it out like that, because then you know that that kick works in this kind of style, right? Because it's like you can make like the coolest sounding kick ever, but if it doesn't ever work with a track, or every time you drag it into a product you need to like process it to get it to work with the track, then yeah, it's not a very good kick. I didn't do that with any of these, to be fair. I kind of just winged it and hope for the best, but that's my tip to help you not do that. Yeah, that's all the kicks. Moving on to the loops. I didn't make any loops for the pack. That was not something I focused on, but we have a couple from SP and Amp, which is good. I will play those. Yeah, we got a D&B kind of one, we have a lo-fi house kind of one, and we have this kind of like cool industrial one that Amp did. But yeah, I didn't make any of those, so we will move on to the Ploink Snares. The moment that I've been waiting for because it's funny. Now, Ploink Snares, a new addition to Colors 03. We haven't had these before because I didn't know how to make them before, but now I do. Because the amazing Convexity did a tutorial on how to make them. So I won't steal their limelight, but I'll just briefly go over them. But yeah, if you want to like a better run through, Convexity has a cool video on them. So let me try and find that project for you guys. I think I named it Ploink Snare because I have a good naming scheme. Right, guys? Remember that? Let's see. It should be near at the top. Let me search for Ploink, because I am blind. Ploink Snares, here we go. Because I can't actually remember how to make them either. So we can learn together. Also, one sec. Because I can't actually remember how to. One sec. All right. Oh wow, they look very tiny. You can't even see them. It's because they're very, very small. Let's see, what did I do? The heck? Okay, so what is this? It is, it is a sine wave, or two sine waves that are an octave apart. Wow. Yeah, it's literally just two sine waves, an octave apart, that are played with a kind of lagging flam kind of like pattern. And I don't think the note really particularly matters with this. It doesn't have to be in key or anything. It's just kind of based on what sounds cool, so you can. So that's cool. And it's like really short. I don't know if there's an envelope. Oh no, it's just really short notes. So yeah, this is the sustained note. It's just yep, super simple. And then the processing, let's have a look. OTT apparently to compress it. Let's turn it all off and then go one by one. OTT probably just to like give it a bit of a more like squishedness, and then transient shaper to like make it very snappy. An M phaser to slightly add a bit of dispersion. Cheeky low cut to get rid of all the horrible muddiness, and then a frequency shifter to mess with the tone. That sounds cool. Yeah, I like that. And then a punch, probably just to soft clip it at the end. Oh no, that's not really doing anything. That's probably just, I'd probably just put that there to keep it from redlining. But yeah, that's the basic idea. You probably don't even need to use sine waves. You could probably use square waves to get different tones, right? That sounds kind of more bit crushed, right? That's quite fun. Oh, you can use a funky wavetable. Let's try these ones. Yeah. Yeah, so that's how you make Ploink Snares. I think in Convexity's video they use like meme sounds. So you could probably like use samples or anything, as long as you follow the kind of like structure of having them really short and really kind of like flammed like this. Basically, you can, and it's like about getting it in that like happy like sweet spot where they're not too far apart where it sounds weird like this, because that doesn't make it ploink. Yeah. Very weird technique, but I think they sound cool. So yeah, that is the Ploink Snares. Let me go back to a new. Ploink Snares are a very kind of like new thing. I heard them on like some Rushdown releases. They're cool though, I like them. Alright. Next we have rims. Only a couple, and I only made one of them, so not a lot to talk about. So nice. Yeah, really simply, I can go over how I made rims the previous years, because that's a bit more to talk about. Because this year is just, I'm pretty sure that it was like made from some like cutlery from my kitchen. I was hitting a knife across my desk, and then I kind of like resampled it into a rim. That one's very quiet though. But yeah, that's basically that. But in the previous years, we've had these. I think even in the first one, we had some cool rims as well. Yeah. And how I made these rims is by resampling other drums or other rims. So I'll just show this off I'll choose 3 of the ones that we've made before. Like that one, and sure, that one. So we have 3 rims here that all sound different. And then we split these up into 3 different bands, essentially. So we have one of them becomes the transient. So it's a very short, like, zap. Like that, essentially. It's not as easy to do in FL Studio because you can't zoom in as far as Ableton. And then we have one become the body layer. So I think this one has quite a cool body. So we remove all the low end from the transient. So it's literally just a transient. We remove all the high end from the body. So it just becomes, just has all the lows. We can do a harsher cut on it like this. Just so it's like kind of at that fundamental. And then in the third one, we want this to be the tail or the high end, right? Because I quite like that, how fizzy that one is. So what we do, we get rid of all the body, or like we remove the fundamental from this one. And then we layer them. So together they sound like this. Ooh, with the transient. Which doesn't sound amazing. But yeah, messing with the levels of them all. And you can group them all as well. So you can do some like batch processing. And so what I would do is probably transient shaping as always. And like soft clipping. Maybe I don't need to do that because that is, yeah, that's soft clipping for sure. And then frequency shifting to get different tones. And because everything's split, you have a bit more control on all of the individual elements of it. So if you just wanted to frequency shift the mid-range, then you can totally do that. You can pop on a frequency shifter just on the midband and just change the tone of all the mids. Or what I would do is put like some stereo effects on the high end, just the high tails, just so it gets a bit wider. And you could use something like texture, or in my case shaper box on the noise shaper, or you could just layer a texture to give it a bit more like noise. Which sounds cool, but yeah, that's basically how you resample drums. Alrighty, Cam, I will see you later. I hope the cats are well. Give them love and pets from me. You be safe. But yeah, you can. This isn't limited to just rims. For the previous packs, I did this with kicks and snares as well. But yeah, because I didn't make more rims this time around. That is just how I made them in the previous years. And once you have this all set up, you can just drag in. So if you like, see, you can say that one has a nicer body. So you can slightly change it, or that could be a better transient. The transient doesn't do too whole much in this case, but it's good to have, you know, just so you know it's there. Okay, it's doing something. Yeah, adds a bit more of impact. Or you could change, you don't even need to use rims, you could use like a clap as one of the layers. So I've replaced the thing with the, I replaced the tail layer with a clap to change the tone. But yeah, that's just a fun way to resample drums that you already have and make new stuff. So that was all the rims. Moving on to the snares. Oh god, I can't remember how I made snares. I see a Sondi in chat. Hello, Sondi. How are you doing this evening, afternoon, morning? Oh, there was a new update to Security Breach. What did they add? Is that the Five Nights at Freddy's game, or is that SCP? Is that an SCP game? Oh, that's Containment Breach, isn't it? SCP Containment Breach, not Security Breach. I'm good though. I'm just going through the pack, you know? Just working my way through. We're getting through the drums. I thought it was, yeah. FNAF was my first choice. Yeah, we have snares now. That's a cool one. I don't know how I made that one, to be honest. A new sub-story. Ooh, that sounds a bit interesting. Yeah. I never paid much attention to Security Breach or the FNAF fandom in general, but it looks interesting. I watched a cool Wendigoon video on the entire story, so it kind of got me intrigued. Again, with the snares, I think most of these, the ones that aren't named operator, so these ones, I did the exact same method that I just showed you with the rims here. So I can just show you by replacing. So that could be the transient. That could be the tail, right? And you can be the mid layer. That sounded funky. Weird. Oh yeah, something I should have done with the first one is you don't want the tail to have a transient either, so you kind of want to fade that in a bit nicer, and kind of with the mids as well. Yeah, because this is a snare, we probably don't want to be frequency shifting it too crazy. Yeah, let's choose one of our previous snares from the other packs. Drums. Snares. Yeah, so cool. That sounds cool. This is the sound that you want for the mids, right? Literally just like a doof, you know. Oh really? Oh wow, that's cool. What drew you to it? Just the stealth and adventure-y stuff. That's cool. Yeah, it's very different to all the other ones. I think it was kind of like one of those divisive games that like people kind of liked and disliked. So yeah, let me choose one of our first snares from the original pack. There we go. We could probably tweak this a bit to get rid of more of that high end. So yeah, that's what you want. Just literally the mids, literally just the triangle wave or the sine wave going boop with a transient, and then like a airy layer, a top layer. And yeah, that's how you do the snares. Basically the same way of doing the rims. And again, you can shift it around. I recommend using a frequency shifter on drums instead of pitching them, because you don't lose quality this way. Because if you try to pitch, take this snare for example, trying to pitch this snare around, you lose a lot of the quality. You can kind of hear if you pitch it up, it goes all grainy. But if you frequency shift it, then you keep you keep the quality there, and it doesn't sound all grainy. That's just a little tip. I think people know that by now. But if not, there you go. Let us go back to the original. I see a brew. Hey, a brew. How are you doing? Let's go back to snares. Let me show you how to make a snare from scratch, which is going to go terribly because I'm not very good at making snares from scratch. So these ones I used Operator. Again, it was an AU5 tutorial. So just Google like AU5 how to make snares in Operator or something like that. And yeah, you'll see how to do it. But the basic idea is... your EP. You've been hard working, so I can see why. Hope you're finding some chill time. Yeah, so making a snare from scratch is fun. I'm not... Out of all the like drums to make from scratch, snares I find the hardest. So with this we have a triangle wave, and we want it to go boop. We need that on envelope. A snare from you. Now I get it. A snare from scratch. Very good. That took me a second. Silly bun. Can't take you anywhere. Yeah, what kind of shape do you want? You kind of want... we want a nice kind of bright white. Yeah. So we have a triangle wave that's just going bloop, and white noise that's going like for the tail, right? And then you just distort it. Yeah, and that's kind of a snare, right? Not a very good one. Oh, we do not want to play that one. I saved you guys there because that would have been horribly loud. And then whoops, that was the noise. We need that. Yeah, that sounds terrible. As I say, I'm not very good at making snares. They're very very hard in my opinion. We're gonna get put a filter on the noise just to get rid of all the low end. Yeah. But yeah, and then you just spend a billion hours. Like the first 5 snares that you make doing it this way are gonna sound terrible. Trust me. But then eventually you'll get one that sounds like, oh, that sounds pretty good, to be honest. Not in my case though, because I do the resampling method because I find that a lot easier. Because I feel you have a lot more control on each individual like layer, and it's quite easy to swap things out to see what sounds better. And it's a good way to make use of your like massive sample library. But yeah, that's the basic way of making a snare. And once you hear that all snares are just like a triangle wave that goes bloop, you'll never be able to unhear it in these. Because you can hear it now. At least I can. But yeah, and then again with the kicks, adding like interesting textures to your snares just kind of gives them more character. I kind of got this from a Xylent snare from a splice pack. But if I go to the glitch pack, and get some cool textury stuff like this, and then we layer it. Let's just use this snare as an example, like a pre-made snare, right? It's a cool way to like liven up any snares that you have is just layering over some interesting fun texture. So we'll fade it out and like get rid of all the low end so it doesn't interfere. So yeah, you can have like a crazy zappy snare like that, or some weird stuff like that. You get the idea. It's a cool way to just add a bit of like character to your otherwise boring snares. It didn't have to be a glitch. It could be, again, like field recordings. You could do like water if you wanted. That could sound quite cool. Let's see. Something like that. So if you were making a color-based track that had like a kind of watery theme, kind of like Sharks, right? Then you can literally just add some sounds of water to your snare. Just to kind of like fit into the theme. Awesome. Ooh, crazy stuff. Yeah, if you want to do some weird ass future rhythm with like a weird snare that like people will listen to and be like, wow, that's a cool snare. Then yeah, there you go. That about does it for the snares. Top loops. Yeah. Yes, Scratchy did an amazing job on my dough. I love it so much. Shout out Scratchy. Do I have in the description actually that that the model was made by Scratchy? I do not. I will add that to the description. That the wonderful Scratch Decks did the funny, made me talk. Yeah, so those are the top loops. Again, I didn't do many of these. If you're looking for more top loops, we have plenty in the previous year's packs. We kind of slacked this time around, but yeah, we've got loads in the previous packs. We have garage ones, we have D&B ones. Maybe that's something we'll focus on next year. Yeah, we added a bunch of new stuff this year, so kind of some of the older stuff got a bit neglected, but we have a couple. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah. I think it adds it adds a lot to the stream, right? You can see me wiggling, and you can see my mouth move and stuff. I think it's fun. But yeah, I only made one top loop for this pack, which is this one, which is just like a kind of lo-fi thing, and this is just a live recording of me playing the drums. Funnily enough, at university we have like a couple drum kits. So this was recorded with I can't remember if this one was with all the fancy mics or if it was just with my phone. I want to say it's just with my phone because it sounds kind of lo-fi. No, actually, now that I've said that, I think it is the full mic'd up setting. Like so I had a mic on the kick, I had a snare mic, a SM57, I had two overheads, just some like little condensers, like little, what are they called, like tube of Smarty condensers, you know. And then I had it was a C414 picking up the room. That's why it sounds really nice and really roomy. Yeah, very fun setup. Yeah, I used to play the drums. I got to grade 2 on the drums, and then I gave up because learning the drums, in my opinion, isn't as cool as learning the piano, because it's like, oh, I can play this song on the drums that you might know, and then you just play a drum beat, and then people don't really know what it is. But on the piano, it's like, oh, I know this song on the piano, and then you can play it, and they know what song it is. That wasn't the reason I changed, but I think that's a funny way to think about it. But yeah, when I was younger, I did grade 2. I think it's quite a fun skill to have. I don't know how much it's like affected my drum like programming, because it's like I was learning kind of like rock and kind of indie stuff, and I don't make rock or indie stuff. I do dubstep. Yeah, I like the piano. I think the piano, if someone was to approach me and be like, hey, I want to get into music, I know nothing, I'm starting from the ground, like I'm going up, what do you recommend? Like, what do you recommend I learn? I would tell them to like learn the piano, because one, it's really good for like song writing. It's such like a physical way to get into like songwriting and create something that could generate ideas, or it's just like a really good way to like start ideas and come up with ideas. And two, is that the piano is like the face of the majority of MIDI instruments. So I have like a full-size keyboard in the studio, but even if you just have like a little, like the little what's it called? I forget the name of it. The one that's in the model, the Arius V47, I think, which is a really good beginner keyboard that I recommend because it has everything. But yeah, it's like most MIDI keyboards are the thing, right? So if you know how to play the piano, even like slightly, it would just like help you create like songwriting and like writing lead lines, or yeah. That's what I recommend. And it's fun. I like playing the piano. It's good fun. It's fun learning songs, and yeah, for sure. I feel like I know more like music theory like than I let on, because it's kind of like subconscious music theory. I don't think about like, oh, I'm going to play a diminished chord here, or like I'm going to use this chord, which is non-diatonic, you know. I don't think about that stuff. I'm just like, oh, if I play this note, then it sounds cool. But yeah, I'm like totally self-taught. So all the theory stuff is just like, whatever, you know, whatever I learn. Okay. field recordings. These are fun. We had fun with these. Oh, these are all mine. Cool. I went on holiday to Barcelona earlier this year, during which I took some field recordings of some of the places that we went to. So this one, I'll play them all first, and then I'll talk about it. So there you go. There are all the field recordings. Nice and long, so you can have them in the background of your intros, or like just give your tracks nice textures to fill up the frequency range. And yeah, so the first one is just, we had like a little Airbnb, and Barcelona, we were like in kind of like the city of Barcelona. And obviously it's the city of Barcelona, but we were kind of like we were in there, in the hustle and bustle, as it were. So it was quite noisy, because we were like right on a main road. And yeah, I just like, we had a little balcony, so I just set my phone up. And yeah, these are all done with my phone, except for the last one. But yeah, all the ones from Barcelona were just done with my phone. So if you don't have any fancy equipment, most phone microphones these days are pretty good, and you can just get away with doing field recordings. So if you're like out on a walk or like just somewhere and you're like, oh wow, it sounds really nice here, just download like a free recording app, or most phones come like built in with them, and you'll probably get like a pretty nice field recording as it like just on its own. So yeah, that was just like on the balcony. This one is we went to this place called Park Güell. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I do apologize. But it's kind of like a nice, pretty sculpture park made by this cool artist dude. And yeah, we were just walking around there, and we just sat down at a bench, and I just heard this like bird chirping, and it was kind of like subtly windy, and I thought that was quite a fun sample. Don't know where you'd use that in a track, but there you go. It's you have it there. We have this one. We went to see Coldplay. We saw them at the Olympic Stadium, and they were really good. FYI. If you ever see anyone live, if you don't like live shows, like I don't, I'm not big on live shows, I do recommend Coldplay because their live shows are really cool. But yeah, I just recorded some like field, like some stadium sounds, because they're always good to have. Because these are like white noise, essentially white noise, but they just sound a bit more interesting than white noise. So they just have a bit more character, right? Yeah, avid Coldplay fans in the chat. We love it. Yeah, they're really good. But yeah, it's just a bit more interesting than just like pure white noise, because white noise is just like every frequency playing, right? But this just has a bit more character. And then my family, they went to see like a football game, so these what these ones are. Just some like crowd chants, and with these ones you could like chop it up in the background of your drop to have a bit of have some like BackFX. That might be a bit fast. You want it probably like this, like Yeah, that's a cool way to fill up background space in your drops, or as like build-up elements. They can make for cool kind of build-up chants and stuff. If you like pair it with a clap, there's just like one Kashmir sample that I use all the time, and it's just like a crowd chant. Let me find it. Crowd. Oh, if I could spell KSHMR. This one. Oh no, it was not a Kashmir sample. It was a random effect sample. This one. So yeah, you can just like, that's just basically like one of these sounds, like just a full one of these with a clap over it, and then that's a really good way to fill up space in your build up or in your drop. So yeah. And then the last one is it's titled Nicest Day in England, because if you didn't know, I'm from the UK and we have lovely weather, so we have the nicest day in England and it's rain. I was very happy it rained during the month, because I was like, oh, we haven't got any field recordings of like rain. And then like it rained, so I could just this was done with my microphone, so I just like stuck it out my window and we recorded that one, which is great. Yeah, every EDM build up be like, when you say you listen to EDM, that's what we're listening for. How good your crowd clap build up is. That is the field recordings. We have moving on to the Foley One Shots. Our wonderful friend and illustrator of the pack cover, which you can see here, and of all of my pack covers and a lot of my album art. These samples were recorded by the lovely Selenophile. And he used a nice Zoom recorder, I believe, to do these ones. So yeah, I'll play a bunch of these. You heading off, Hyper? That is no worries at all. It was nice chatting. I hope you have a nice rest of your day. Thanks for stopping by. So yeah, I will play. Sel did a bunch of crazy stuff, a bunch of camera stuff, 3D printer. These ones they sound fake. They sound so good. It sounds like I don't believe that was real. Got some keys. Me on Discord. Be like, got lighters. Got like everything. Got the whole house, bro. This one's funny. Yeah, all these. These are super useful to have as like textures, like that you can layer in a beat, or Foley for garage. You could just like shuffle them around and have like nice, interesting Foley. Or you could use this as we were using before. Layer them with a snare to have like a nice textured snare. All cool stuff. We have a couple at the end here that I did with Brew. Brew sent me these and I just processed them and cleaned them up. Just some Foley. You can never have enough Foley. I think it was Skybreak who said that you can never have enough Foley in your songs, which is very true. And Foley is very important. And it makes your songs kind of stand out. Oh yeah, there you are, Brie. We're chatting. That's funny. Right. Textures. Yeah. Textures are fun. I will play these. They have to be heard to be seen, you know. those are all the glitches. Oh, not the glitches, the textures. I'm getting ahead of myself. Oh, it's nice you've been watching, Brew. We're happy to have you here. Yeah, so these are quirky sounds, as you can hear. And yeah, what do I even say? Like, I can show you the project of some of these. Let me get that up. Also, one sec. Nice. Yeah, let me try and find the project for these. Also, I've just remembered I should make a tweet to say that I am streaming, because I haven't done that my entire streaming career. My career. Let me try and find some of these texture beans. What would I have even called them? Let's try and find. I don't know if they've been soundscapes or squongles. I think it was before these. Let me look. Let me look when I made the actual thing. Let me. This is the one I want to find. Locate file. Here it is. We made this one 29th of June. So let me try and find that. Oh wow, I made a lot that day. Rises, let's try Soundscapes. Because I want to figure out how I even did this sound, because it's funny. Yeah, let me make a tweet while I'm at it. That's a good idea. Yeah, I haven't done that before. While that loads in the background. I don't know how big it is or how crazy the sounds are. Let's make a cheeky tweet. Sorry, just writing a tweet. Bah. Whoop. Let's go. See if we can get some more beans. More beans in. Ooh, Samplifier and Automate. That's exciting. Did that go live? Let's see. Let us see. Yep, that went live. Cool. Okay, let's see what this project is. Oh, it's crashing. It's being mean. Yeah, in the textures category has one of my, well, my favorite sound in the entire pack. Oh, that is not what I expected. Oh, that has. Wait. That was brew. So that is not sound. That is not what we want. That was some vinyl crackle that I did. Would it be random bloops? Oh, it might be in the random bloops. Because I think I was using a square wave to make these sounds. A very bloopy square wave. Let us see. Oh, this looks promising. Oh. Yeah, this sound here, let me bring it back up. This sound here is my favorite sound in the pack, and I want to find how I did it. I have it in one of these projects somewhere. I love that sound so much. It sounds so cool. Let's see if it was this project. It certainly was. So let us look through this. Oh wow. Okay. Okay, so that's the unprocessed sound, which is a is it coming from here? I believe. A very, very, very blippy square wave. Very blippy. Literally just no effects. A square wave with a very, very short decay. To make, yeah, that's crazy. And then that's going into this free plugin, which is called Random Arp. I think this company makes a couple free plugins. They have like a chord generator plugin. Yeah, you can see that. Yeah, they have some really cool plugins. And I use the Random Arp one. And as you can see, the speed is going crazy. He's doing his own thing. So I think I have put a Fruity Peak controller, which is basically like a random LFO. So I've set it to the random mode, and I'm having it control the speed of the arpeggio. So yeah, this is a random arp, and you can paste in a bunch of notes like I've done here. I've just pasted like basically a full octave of notes. And within random arp, I've set it to go up 3 octaves, which is all like a lot of random parameters, and it's playing in a random order within that. So yeah, on just like this, it sounds like this. Which on its own sounds really cool, and I like that a lot. And then let us turn, so these portals are not being used. We will move those out of the way, and we will go through everything. So first we have frequency shifting. Not doing too much on its own, just kind of shifting the, oh, here we go. I didn't see that. It has also got a peak controller on it, which is affecting the range. So this is being shifted around as well. Oh wow, that's really cool. I forgot about that. Yeah, so the frequency shifter also has random LFO on it to change the shift it around randomly. That's fun. And then we have a digitalis. Ooh, very cool. Let me, yeah, we have digitalis with the bubbly arp preset, which is just like a stock preset, which I think all it does is give you this random steps filter pattern, which makes it sound really like all bubbly and weirdness. Yeah, that's super cool. Yeah, I don't think it's doing anything else. It's literally just this. Yeah, it's just the data section. That's really cool. And then that is being sent to a delay with the chaos mode. Delay is a free delay plugin. And I don't know how it's free because it's amazing. It's a really comprehensive delay for being free. It has ducking, built-in ducking. It has diffusion, so you can turn your delays into reverb. It has tape and like tape saturation and distortion. The tape adds flutter as well. Crazy like low cut, high cut, ping pong, mono, nice spread as well. And it has all these different algorithms down here. And I chose the chaos mode, which basically is kind of like Crystallizer, where it like pitches your source like around and makes it sound very cool, basically. And that's going into a limiter, probably just to bring it up a lot, because you lose a lot of the volume with the digitalis. So that's just bringing it all back up. And then that's going into a soothe because it's quite a harsh sound, just to not give you tinnitus. And that is how I made that sound. Wow. That is one of my favorite sounds I've ever made. I love it so much. And I forgot how I made it, so I'm kind of like fangirling at that sound. That's so cool. I love that. But yeah, my thought process with some of these sounds, I think there's like another one. There's another one in here somewhere. There's some other crazy quirky ones in here. But yeah, I like using these like blippy square waves as a bass, because they sound so cool on their own, and they already sound like quite glassy and like textured as is. So you can do some fun stuff with them if you like glitch them out and like mess with them. Yeah, really cool. So my thought process on making textured sounds like this is just using anything that's already textured. So that could be like full tracks, like I've used full tracks here. That is very harsh. That is this. So this is my track regime, which is coming out very soon, as I mentioned last stream, on August 5th on Ponies at Dawn Pandemonium. I'm getting good at plugging. It sounds like this. Some fun mid-tempo stuff. And that is going through this quirky plugin called DTBLKFXS, which is, whoever made this probably went to the Elon Musk school of branding, because it's fucking terrible. But it's a great plugin, so don't ask me how to use it or what it does, because I mean, look at this. Like, what is this? Like, what is this plugin? It's free though, so that is a bonus. Yeah, it's very cool. But have a limiter and be careful when using it, because you can like deafen yourself with the high frequencies that this thing can make. But yeah, it's so cool. It's such a sick free plugin, and just that on its own just does this. Or keep the limiter on and the soothe actually. Oh, welcome back. You surprised us. Yeah, you've come back. It's nice to see you. I was just going over the textures. We made it to the texture part. So yeah, the track on its own, you heard it, and then just with one instance of DTBLK FXS, it sounds like this. Which is, wow, that is music. That is the highest quality MP3 that you can listen to. But no, no. Yeah, I don't know what it does, but let me duplicate it and show it off a bit more, because there's cool presets in it. If you go up here, you can't see these, but there's cool presets. It's just one of these like weird plugins where it's like no one knows how they work, and if you do, you're lying. It's just one of these weird like FFT processes where it's like going in like really detailed and messing up your sound. But I don't know if this is like an actual preset or a preset that I made, but it just made it all. I can't believe robots drowned me. Yes, it was heckin' Mother and GLaDOS. They heckin' pinned me down, bro. Yeah, I can't remember if this is a preset that I made or something, but it sounds cool. So, and then yeah, frequency shifting the entire track down, like, so it just sounds weird and terrible. But then going into this just sounds cool. You get some quirky textures in there. What else have we got? Oh, I think these are some more quirky boys, if I remember. Yeah, that's fun. So yeah, the concept, if you want to make weird textures, is mess around with weird plugins. And it honestly doesn't matter what this like starting material is. Let's make a texture. Let us go through the process of making a texture just to show you what it sounds like. Let's use an unreleased song of mine just to show it off a bit. Well, that starts with some texture, so that's fun. So this is what this track sounds like. Cool synthy stuff, right? Let us chop a portion of it. Let's chop a portion of it up, and if I could press the button like that. And then there's like so many plugins that you could like reach to for this. Ones that get cool results is frequency shifter to change around the tone. Multi-band delay, of course, to get the cool squongy blonky wongy dongy sound. Like, so if you want something kind of watery, then using multi-band delay or disperser will get you that. Frequency shifter will get you cool like atonal sound. Like this. Oh, that's cool. Yep, you can get weird atonal sounds that way. Let's put a limiter on so I don't die. Limiter. And then any plugin that is kind of like an effects rack built into a plugin. So things like Snap Heap or Portal or Infiltrator are all cool. Granular plugins, so things like Quanta, or what's it called? Pull Stretch could be cool. Argot Luna. This is a weird plugin, a weird granular plugin. There you go. Immediately some textures. I don't know what any of this does. Like, it's a weird plugin. Also free, so that's fun. Digitalis or Lossy. To get digital sounding textures like these boys, you know, the MP3 kind of sound, or like the filtery sound, like they're cool textures there. Morph is a fun one. We looked at that yesterday. You can literally morph textures to your sound. We'll do that very quickly. So let's morph my favorite sound to this song. Oh goodness, it's quite a chore to set up, but we will do it. So we get this, we sidechain it to this track, and then we go in morph, and we go over here, we go processing, sidechain. There we go. So this is completely unaffected. This is the track, and then as I move this up, it will morph it with this sound. And we'll see what that sounds like. It might sound terrible, but let's try. That's it. Cool. That sounds cool. We can play with the algorithms, or see on this side it keeps the tonality of the original, but it kind of gets the like amplitude of the other one. But if we swap it to this side, then it will have the tonality of the texture sound and sound a bit weirder. So just gives it a bit more texture to the texture, or makes it sound a bit crazy. Or we can try one of the different modes. Or we can try the type mode, that might sound cool. There you go, there's some quirky textures. You could vocode it, of course, if you want it, again, kind of watery sounding. Yeah, that sounds weird. That sounds watery. That's what we want. Portal though is what I used for most of the textures that I did, because Portal is absolutely insane plugin. A billion presets. It has expansion pack, which is perfect for textures, and it's really cheap as well. I think it was only like $10, right? Yeah, the Chaos expansion pack is so cool. But in this, it just has like a billion presets that just immediately texturize whatever you put in. Like, here you go. Crazy stuff. Like, there's one of these, I think it's called like Grain Maker, or it's one of these ones, I think. Oh, this one. Yeah, super weird, super quirky. Yeah, that's how I made quite a lot of these. It's just running random stuff through Portal, through multi-band delay, through Digitalis, all of these plugins, to get weird results. Yeah, it does sound kind of spooky. Portal does that sometimes. Like, you can put the most cute sounding thing and it turns it into like creepy dollhouse music. Like, it's great. Here's a cool one. This one I used Soothe, but I used it wrong. But it sounds cool. So in Soothe, so if you don't know what Soothe is, it's a dynamic resonance suppressor. So if you have really harsh, horrible sounds that are like ruining your mix and like sound really ear-piercing, then you can use Soothe and it will tame those and it will reduce those, and it's really useful. But you can use it as a very cool creative tool as well. You can use it as a spectral mask, which AU5 showed off in a YouTube short, where you can use, you can sidechain one thing through it, and if you crank the effect, it will kind of add the tonality. Super cool effect. I'll show that off sometime. But in this case, so you can see here that it's like removing all the frequencies. You can change the sharpness, the depth, and it will just tame stuff and make it sound cool. But over here we have a delta mode. So this is what it sounds like when it's removing the frequencies, but in the delta mode, we are able to hear what is being removed. So it solos everything that's being removed. So in this case, it's this stuff. And this is quite fun to mess with because it's just a bunch of interesting spectrally stuff, right? Yeah, so that can be a fun thing. I think that's how I made these sounds, by like running weird stuff through the delta mode. Trying to get like weird textures from it. Yeah, it just makes it sound like really thin and weird. The sound equivalent of burning JPEGs. Very true. Yeah, anything low quality is just like I associate with like bad PNGs and JPEGs and stuff like that. That's funny. So yeah, that is the textures. Yeah, again, just be creative with plugins. You can take any plugin and just use it incorrectly. You can't see I'm doing like air quotes, but using them incorrectly will net you just like super cool sounds. Even like super mundane plugins, just like mess with all the parameters and just see what it does. Yeah, you get cool stuff. Effects. We have BackFX. Oh, we have a lot of these. Cool. I will go over these. Let's play them. Wow, that one's weird. So yeah, these are, let's make a new, do not save. BackFX. These are really important when you're making a drop, because there's a thing called psychoacoustics, and that's a phenomenon where things that you aren't consciously aware that you're hearing, they have an effect on like the stuff that you're like listening to. So that can be like simple things like crashes in drops, just any kind of white noisy sound that goes like in the background of your drops, just to fill up space, like fill up this frequency range, just to make your drops sound more full without like being conscious. Like they're one of those things where like when you take them away, you're like, wow, this sounds like really empty. But yeah, they're very important to have. I mean, these are just like really simple sound design. I would go over them very quickly. That's Italia. We don't want you. Oh, an update for Italia. Very cool. Serum. Really crazy easy. I will literally make one in like 2 seconds. We have a saw wave that I'm going to put a pitch envelope on it in like a rising pattern like this to create a siren like this. That's how you make a really easy siren. Make it super wide and super detuned. Nice. We put an EQ to get rid of the low end, because you don't want these to have too much low end, because it will interfere with your like sub and your basses in your drop. We put that at the end of the chain, and that's honestly like that's kind of the main thing to do. And then changing the pitch will change the characteristic. Yeah, messing around with the pitch and the range and the LFO shape will greatly change the sound or like the detune. You could do quirky stuff like automating the detune so it gets like more detuned as it goes up. if you want it to be really fancy. And then for some of these, I did a cool chorus trick that I accidentally like stumbled upon. Let me see if I can recreate it. I think I just turned everything just like up. Yeah, messing with chorus can net you like really interesting, like wide, messy sounds. Like these sounds can be messy and atonal because you're just gonna layer them over other stuff, and it doesn't really matter. Like, so yeah, having that like really high rate, like both delays up, a lot of feedback and a lot of depth, just gets you like really fuzzy sounds, right? Yeah, I stumbled upon that like accidentally when I was messing around with stuff. But yeah, that's basically how you make BackFX. Like, oh, these ones are quite fun. We can show that. So if we turn this off of the trigger mode and set it to envelope, it will just sustain when it gets to the end of the LFO. And to do this, I used a frequency shifter. I'll use the kilohertz one. That's pitch shifter. The kilohertz free bundle is really useful as well if you don't have that. I really recommend. They have some cool plugins. So yeah, I have the frequency shifter from kilohertz. Really simple, literally a one like dial thing. And I'm gonna create an automation clip for it. And I wonder if I can do this easier. If I turn it into an LFO, I did that by double clicking the like red like band at the top there. I spy a Din. Hello, Din. It's nice to see you. I hope you had a nice day at work, and I hope you're relaxing now at home. Yeah, so I double click the band, and then you get this like extra LFO kind of thing. And I'm gonna try and make this into a square wave as best as possible. That's kind of right. I'll turn that back like that. Oh, that's good. I'm happy to hear that. Have a big, nice chills. Yeah, so this is affecting the frequency. And as you can hear, like, it's going like wee, 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 like that. So we want to really increase the speed. So it sounds like a funky telephone. And I'm going to cut the low end. So it sounds way nicer. And yeah, that's that. And you can change the, which button was it for the amount? So you can have it like more subtle, like, and you can get totally different like tones and like sounds. Yeah, this is way easier in Ableton because the Ableton frequency shifter just has a built-in LFO where you can just immediately do the telephone technique. But yeah, if you wanted to do it in FL, then there you go. That's a really easy way to do it. Yeah, these are cool to like layer in the back of drops, over sustained basses, or just like in the back in general, just to add texture and stuff. I don't know how I made this one. That is just like a random sound. I probably put it through like Digitalis and compressed it, and yeah, did crazy stuff. Yeah, that's the BackFX. Ooh, I will show you how I made these. So now we're on to the Downlifters, which sound like this. Those two sound the same, but no one knows that. Fun, informative dose streams. Oh, I'm glad you think that they are fun and informative. Me just chatting shit. That's funny. Ooh. Yeah, I will find the project file for these ones. I was really happy with these Downlifters. I was trying to recreate like the kind of lo-fi downlifter sound. Where would they be? Where would you be? Let me locate file. What day were you created? 29th. I did a lot on the 29th apparently. 29. It might be in noise risers. I don't think so. We'll try. We'll see. Noise risers. Yeah, I was trying to recreate the kind of bubbly, lo-fi like riser downlifters, because I've heard those in like songs and sample packs, and I was like, oh, we should try and do that. Oh, I'm glad you guys. Oh, thank you guys. I'm glad you're enjoying them. Yeah, I'm trying to just spit all my knowledge. I was saying to Sally yesterday that I'm very much a open like information kind of producer, because a lot of producers are kind of, they like keeping their secrets and stuff, which is cool. Like if you have secrets, keep them if you feel like it. But yeah, I'm very much like I like telling people like, hey, look how cool this thing is, because even if I show you exactly how I did it, like I have been doing, you're not going to make it the same way I did, because you have a different brain and you're going to like approach it differently, but you're just going to use the techniques in your own way. So yeah, just go nuts is what my philosophy is. Yes, here we go. Oh, I have to switch back. These boys. Yeah, this is what I was trying to recreate. That was my kind of like reference thing. I've heard that kind of like a lot in lo-fi tracks. He's gonna rip me off. Oh no. I gotta watch it. That's funny. But yeah, I hear this a lot in lo-fi tracks. They kind of have like bubbly downlifters, and I was like, let's try and make that. So let's see. Let's break it down. Let us turn off all the processing and look at the patch. Ow. Let us turn off all the processing other than Soothe. The delay was not being used, and I think one of these phases wasn't. Wow, that sounds awful. That's great. Okay. Not what I was expecting. So that is a funky wavetable. I don't think the wavetable matters too whole much in this one. With an LFO on the level, I believe. Is this on the level? I believe one of these is on the level, and it has the BPM turned off. And that means you can do these like exponential rhythms where it kind of goes like it gets like slower in rhythm as it goes, right? Yeah, and to do that you just put automate the rate with the BPM turned off. So that goes like that. Let me bypass this. So yeah, I think that's on the rate and the pitch by the looks of it. So yeah, this is just a pitch automation that is it even on the level? Now I'm trying to like find where it. No, it looks like it's just on the pitch. Cool. So yeah, that's the basic sound of it. It's just pitching down, and then oh god, did I remove it instead of bypassing it? Oops. but then it goes on the pick like. Cool. Yep. And then I think this is just on the pan. So if I activate, yeah, this is just like really harshly panning it left and right. So that's the basic patch, and then there's just some hyperdimension just for like width, more width. Not that it needed it because it's being panned, but whatever. And then if we look at the processing, let's turn it all back on. Oh wait, some of these aren't being used. We have an RC20, which is probably just making it sound more lo-fi. Yep, removing a lot of the high end, adding a bit of warble, a bit of digital sound and distortion. Nothing crazy. We have an EQ, which is... He's going on a bit of a stroll, as you can see. It's we have like a bell curve, a bandpass, I should say, a bandpass filter that starts up high and then over time goes low. I've automated that to go low. We have a frequency shifter. That's just to change the tone. Very subtly. I don't think it's doing much. We have an M phaser with my dispersion preset. That was really hard to say. Dispersion preset. Yeah, try to say that 3 times fast. With my preset that kind of adds the bubbly sound that we're looking for. A cheeky bit of reverb, just to space it out, and then a soothe to tame the high end, or tame the resonances. And yeah, I made a couple variations of this, I think. Let's see. Exact same like process, just changing the pitch speed or the pitch amount. Yep. Just slightly altering it will change the sound, and then you get a cool effect. Yeah, you can change anything. Change the wavetable. Yeah, you get it by now. I've been preaching enough about making things that you can just quite easily change one like part of, and then it changes the sound. But yeah, that is those. Yeah, same process with these. It's just like white noise. If you don't have Serum and you want to do this exponential thing, what you can do is, let's see if I know how to do this. You can go into the LFO thing here. Let's enable it. And you can, if I turn it to LFO, you can automate the speed here. So yeah, that's just like, if you have a shape, you go to LFO. I'd change it to like a sine wave, just so it's nice and smooth. And then you can right click, create automation event. And then you can do this kind of thing. So it goes, you can have it crazy fast and then goes, and it will go down in speed. So let's demonstrate that on an actual sound. We'll just use white noise. Oh no, you accidentally clicked off. Well, I'm glad you clicked back on. Haha. If we have this sound, oh, I'll show it without Serum actually, just to prove that you don't need anything. We'll use white noise again. Oh, let's use a funny sample. We won't use white noise. We'll use what's funny. Let me search meme. Oh no, I have a Virtual Riot. He has meme samples. Oh no, I might get copyrighted. I better not use those. I'll use it on a full song, and then it will sound cool. Because it will have this cool, it might sound like future bass, you know, like with the cool wubs. Let us use Cascade. We've been using Cascade a lot for these because it sounds pretty. Yeah, we have Cascade. It sounds like this. Fun song. Go check it out. If we go create automation clip, double click the band at the top, go to LFO, change it to a sine wave with that one, create an automation clip, and then what we could also do is change the amount so it goes right to the top. And and now it's wubbing, and now if we do this, turn the LFO speed down, you get that exponential effect, which is fun. Let's just see what it sounds like with more context. There you go. Cool way to do the exponential sound. Yeah, you can just a white noise, and then you could do that the same LFO shape on the panning as well. Yeah, really easy way to make downlifters or risers. You can just reverse them. Impacts. Ooh, let me open up the impacts project, because this is, I mean, it's not super interesting. It's it's not super crazy, I should say. I think it's interesting. I was really happy with these impacts. They made a good impact on me. Haha. I'm here all week, guys. Let me break these down, because these are fun to make. 3 layers, that's all it is. Let me play. Yeah. Those are the impacts. They are made up of 3 layers. Everyone just leaves the stream because I made a terrible joke. I wouldn't blame you guys, don't worry. Yeah, these impacts are made up of 3 things: a kick, a very low rumbly kick, kind of clappy layer, and then a synthy layer. Not a synthy layer, a texture layer, which isn't needed. You don't need to have a texture layer, but I thought it sounded kind of cool. And without the processing, where's the rack that these are all going through? Let's see. That one. Oh, that has 2 reverbs on it. Quirky. That has 3 reverbs on it, apparently. Amazing. So yeah, this is the kick. This is it without the processing. Sounds weak and rubbish. The kick has reverb on it, which is a cardinal sin, but when you're making an impact, it doesn't matter. So, did I cut the low end? Yep, so the kick is literally just a rumble. I removed all the low end and put a bit of a reverb on it, and then that goes into a thermal, which beefs it up, and then that then goes into another one. You cannot have enough reverb, especially on your kick, guys. Every track you do, put 100% reverb on your kick. Trust me, good tip. Yeah, and then that's just going through punch, which I think is just compressing it with everything. It crashed, but we'll pretend we didn't see that. Because it's fine, apparently. Yeah, so we have the low rumbly layer. We have the clap layer, which again is just being... It has a longer reverb on it, so it gives it more of a tail, has a bit of a longer impact. And the important thing is like it is being compressed with the kick, and it's being like limited to heck, just so it all squishes it together and they sound cool together. And then yeah, just a little texture layer, just to give it a bit more character. You can use glass, you can use water, you can use keys, anything that has a nice textury sound. Just cut the low end, remove all the low end, so it doesn't affect it at all. Yeah, that's how I made these impacts. That one's a cool one. That one goes hard. Reverb on the master. Yes, that is a scholar level music production tip right there. Oh dear. Okay, now we are moving on to the melodic hits, which sound like this. Yeah, they're fun. These are again kind of like backgroundy elements that you put in your drop to add a bit of melodic goodness or fill in space. I'll show you how I made these ones really quick. It's really easy. Nothing too quirky, crazy, oinky boinky. It's a super saw with legato down here, mono legato with portamento, with a semitone difference, like that, but a much longer legato time, so it like really lags to get to that note. Yep, that's that. You can pitch it down if you wanted. And then you put reverb on it, but I didn't mean to press that yet, but I pressed it. And the trick to make it sound all kind of crunchy is a band pass to get rid of just like all the high end, all the low end, and then with that you put whatever distortion sounds cool, just to like crunch it and get all that high end back. And it's like, yeah, the lower you go, with the filter, the kind of more crunchy it sounds, like, because it's trying to just like add frequencies that aren't there, or like, yeah. And then the cool trick is putting the reverb before the distortion, so you get those cool like crunchy artifacts at the end. Which I think sound really cool. Yeah, and it's just messing with the distortion types, and you could, yeah, that's it. It's really easy. Really easy. Next we have Melodic Misc. So these are in the effects, of course, so these sound like this. So yeah, those are kind of like the in-between between like melody loops, textures, and the like some of the soundscapes that we will see later on. And most of these, if not all of these, bar a few of them, were done with granular synthesis, which is very cool. We love granular synthesis here. And I did most of them with Faceplant's granular engine. So what I did, I chose some bell sounds. I think I chose some sounds from the previous pack. Let me go to the melody loops and choose that one. This sound here. The classic funny bell that is from the pack. And what I did was I threw that into the granular engine in Faceplant. And you can draw a big long note like that. And then, yeah, you just mess with all the parameters. So you have the grains here. This is the amount of grains. And we have the position here, which I usually set to a macro, just so I can like more easily control it, like this. Let's put a limiter to make it louder, because it's a bit quiet, because there's not many grains. And what you can do here, you can set the direction the grains are going in, so they can either go just forward or forward and backwards. which I think only really affects when you turn up the position. So we have all the same like classic granular controls. We have position, which spreads where the grains are going to be placed. And we have timing, which kind of offsets all the grains from playing from each other. So they can sound a bit crazy. We have pitch, which makes it sound atonal and weird, which is really cool for textures. If you throw in some like glass or fire or water, sounds cool when you pitch it because it's like not toned. Level, which makes them different levels. Pan, which is really cool. Turn that all the way up. Sounds really wide, really stereo. And reverse, which reverse is, I've set it to 50. So half of the grains are reversed and half of them are played normal. And you just get some interesting variations that way. Yeah, and there's other like things you can tweak here, like this is the envelope. You can change the grain envelope. If you want a windy day, a windy snowy day, then there you go. But yeah, you can change the millisecond size for the grain size. And the kilohertz granular specifically has some really interesting modes. You can have the grains on a hertz or a density, sorry. So they just play based on how many grains there are. Or you can have it on hertz, so they like spit out grains based on a specific frequency. Or you can have it sync to your tempo, which is insane. So if you want a really crazy like kind of ARP sound that is like randomized, then there you go. So yeah, that is the bass sound. And then yeah, you can throw in vocals, you can throw in, I think kind of bells and kind of metallic-y sounds work really well with this when you do the next step, which is grain it out. So there's a couple cool ways to do it. I always go to Portal, because Portal has really cool grain presets. Even if you just go to the init patch, this is literally the init patch, and then I turn down the stretch mode. Immediate cool grains, right? Sounds super cool. But there's a preset in here called Mangled Smear, which I used last time as well, which has just like more effects on it. And yep, and that's a cool way to get those cool textures. Or if you don't have Portal, a cool trick that I learned, I came up with, was using the kilohertz pitch shifter, because that has a grains mode. So if you turn all these off, I wanted to see what would happen if you turn the grain size all the way up on something, pitch it up an octave, and then pitch it down an octave. So it goes back to its original pitch. But because the grain size is all the way up, it sounds very cool. And I just doubled that up like 5 times. So it's going up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. So it would be its original pitch, but just like grain to heck. And that sounds like this. So there you go. There's a free way to get a really cool cool grainy sound for nothing, basically. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, that's how I made most of the textures and or most of the melodic effects. Melodic Misc, where are they at? Yeah, all of this stuff. That's all just granular synthesis. FL Studio, if you don't have Faceplant, FL Studio comes with Fruity Granulizer, which is this, and you can put You can get crazy textures this way. That comes with FL. Another good one I recommend is called Quanta, which I mentioned earlier. This is just a really nice granular synth. You can do, put it on this patch. You can randomize the position, length and grain size, and endless possibilities. Yeah, you can throw anything. Throw a whole song into these, and they sound amazing as well. Let's use Cascade because I have that. I have that on hand. Throwing Cascade in here, and it sounds like this. Easy. Cool way to resample things that you've made. Yeah, these ones were made. Oh, it's being a bit slow. Oh, are we going through a crash? No, we're good. These ones were made. This was made by having a bunch of sine waves, playing random notes, and then putting that through crystallizer and reverb. Super easy. These were made. These were made with my microcosm, which is like a guitar pedal. Yeah, the hologram microcosm, super crazy pedal. Yeah, it's amazing for like ambient music and stuff. And yeah, it's just like a reverb delay kind of box. Super cool. Yeah, then moving on to the miscellaneous things. These are just like random ass sounds. Very odd sounds. Not much to say really about these, other than for these middle sounds, the screamers, as I aptly name them. These were created by experimenting with the randomize feature in FL Studio. And oh god, now I have to try and find it because I haven't done it in a while. There's a, here we go. If you right click the preset thing at the top, you won't be able to see this. But if you right click the preset thing at the top and you go to the bottom of the drop down menu, you have this option to randomize, which will randomize all the parameters. There you go, you saw it happen. It will randomize all the parameters, and often it won't make any sound. That's just a quirk of how it was made, or like what it does. So sometimes you got to do a bit of like tweaking, and sometimes it will just break and there just won't be a sound at all. Yeah, most of the time you won't get a sound. It's kind of broken with non-stock plugins, but I thought I'd try it a couple of times. But yeah, I got a happy accident with these sounds. Yeah, you won't be able to see the menu. Yeah, it's just because I'm capturing FL. It's like a separate pop-up. But yeah. But yeah, that was just like a total luck of the draw kind of sound, which is funny. Risers. Rises. What can I say? Not much to say again. I can show you a little cool thing. If I get some water, this is how I made all the watery ones. Get a cool water sample like this. Chop it up. Do a volume automation so it rises. You could also do a one of these, put a filter on it, automate the high pass so it goes like that, you know. Oh, that made a horrible click sound in my ear. Let's do this. Make it a bit more subtle like that. So you can see this is what this is doing. Really easy. Other thing you can do, I use Shaper Box, but you can just manually do it. Just a basic pan. You can automate the mix, so you can, it gradually gets more and more panned as it goes up. So super simple. The cool thing that I did with most of these watery sounds is a trick, a kind of quirk with frequency shifters that you can kind of abuse. So if you automate the shift, let's create a more automation for the shift. Very slightly though, it doesn't have to be crazy. So we're shifting it up or down, doesn't matter. But the trick is to turn the dry wet to like 30 to 50%. It doesn't really matter. It just kind of changes it depending on where it is. And what that does is basically turns it into like a quirky phaser, which sounds pretty cool. You can put that at the start of the chain so it cuts all the high end, because frequency shifters will do weird stuff with low end. But yeah, that's why I made these risers, basically. These sound a lot wider though. I probably did some like harsh effect. I probably put harsh on it just to make it super wide. Like, yeah, super easy, super cool. Synth risers, same again, super easy. Yep, risers. Not much to say again. Quickly, we'll show you how to do a riser. We have a note, put it on C. We automate that to go up like 24. Down here in the pitch bend. Automate that. Riser. How cool is that? And then again, you can turn it into a super saw. And then just kind of think creatively when you're doing this kind of stuff. So you want everything to like change over time. So what could change over time? One example could be the detune. So if you turn the detune, what I should have done is put this on a macro. And then what we can do is just automate a bunch of things at the same time. So now the detune spread is going to be controlled by this macro. So as it goes up, it will get more detune. Super easy. You can do that with reverb as well. We can put the reverb wet amount to that. You can do that with a filter. You can put the frequency on there so it removes all the low end as it goes up. Easy stuff. Easy stuff. What I did with some of these was I was messing with the noise filter in Serum. And what you can do is literally just throw in anything. Let's throw in this Zap, right? Okay. We're going to throw this into the noise filter. This is being pitch bent, so it is not being pitch bent. I have lied, because I need to put that on the pitch like this. There we go. Yeah, we started. Yeah. Because what this is doing, this is like a sampler, like a really basic sampler. When it gets to the end of the sample, it loops it and plays it from the start again. And when you change the pitch, it changes the speed of the sample, so it changes how fast it plays through it. And then you get this really interesting exponential rhythm kind of thing, which I think sounds cool. And you can do that with like anything. I was using some vocals for some of them.
Yeah.
So we put this into it.
Yeah.
That's a really easy way to make cool, really quick exponential rises.
Yeah.
We can do... Sounds funny. But yeah, that's a cool way to make rises. That was the synth rises. Soundscapes. Okay, soundscapes. Ooh. Weird boys, quirky weird boys. We're all about it. We're all about it here. These were made pretty much exclusively with Portal. Flicking through random Portal presets, putting a random source material in. Yeah, it's all done with Portal is how I made these. So I can show you. Again, let's choose a track of mine. Let's put a whole track through it. Let's choose... What tracks should we choose? Let's use the Stargazing remix, because I know that some people like that one.
The days are long, got lost again. So come and take my hand, we'll fly into the stars.
That's the song. Yeah, and I put Portal on it, and Portal just has a billion presets, and they make spookies sometimes. Yeah, there's like a sound design section. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was proud of that song. It's a weird one. That's why I like it. But yeah, in the sound design section and the chaos section. There you go. Yeah, you get crazy. A cool trick with this though is if it sounds too high pitched, you can put halftime on it, and that will like pitch everything down. Yeah, super. And if you're trying to go for like a kind of more creepy background sound, and the thing that you're using sounds too tonal, just frequency shift it, just to make it totally atonal. Yeah, then now it sounds like some kind of spooky spaceship ambience. Super easy. Yeah, that's how I made all those. Just random presets, random source material, running through Portal. I'm sure there's ways you could do this with like other plugins, like any plugin that you can throw stuff into, like Infiltrator. and Snap Peep. They're really good. Snap Peep and Multipass, also probably amazing for this kind of sound. Yeah, that's the Soundscapes. Oh, Vinyl Crackle. I was really happy with these. I'll play this for you. I love those sounds. They sound so pretty. Easiest thing in the world to make. I know I've said that a lot, but like this is literally one plugin. That is all you need. Teach you how to make color lo-fi. I should. It's pretty fun. Yeah, I might do a breakdown of that song one day because it's quite an interesting project file. We'll do that one day. Cymadic's Life. This. So yeah, how I made Vinyl Crackle was by resampling field recordings. That one's probably not long enough. Yeah, these aren't long enough. Let me choose this. Selly has some really nice stuff. Yeah, stuff like this. Just like white noisy field recordings like rain or like windy stuff, you know. That is it, totally unprocessed, and literally all you do is put a frequency shifter on it and turn it down. Vinyl Crackle. How crazy is that, bro? You can, if you're feeling like it, cutting all the low end. Not necessary, but yeah. Super crazy. I probably did some other stuff, like I probably put a transient shaper. That might have done something. Yeah, but I wanted it a bit more kind of plucky. Not necessary though if you want a smoother sound. But yeah, super easy. That's how you make Vinyl Crackle. Yeah, resampling field recordings. Zaps. Moving on to the Zaps. Zaps. Again, super easy. We'll go through it. Might as well go through all of it as we are here. Zap is any shape, it doesn't matter. Downwards LFO shape on envelope, on the pitch, LFO on the pitch. Way faster than that though. Also want the same LFO on the level. Zap. There you go. You can take it further. You can have a very resonant filter that goes down as well. That kind of makes it more bubbly in cases. Super easy. Crazy easy. These ones have a fun extra bit where I put a delay on it. I put it on ping pong, put it really loud, really wide, sorry. And I took the tempo sync off. Just so you get like, this really cool delay effect. Yep, super easy, crazy easy stuff. And that does it for all the effects. Yeah, wow, we are zooming through. How much left? Yeah, there's not. I'll try and get through stuff tonight. I'm sure I can. Glitches. Oh, we love a good glitch. I will play these. This is crazy, boys. Absolutely crazy. I wonder if I can find the project for some of these, because it's probably quite interesting sound design. Let's have a look. Squongles. I wonder if it is in the Squongle project. There's a billion ways you can make glitches. I'm just going to turn my light on. One sec. Boop. Now I can see. Yeah, there's a billion ways you can make glitches. Just like manually glitching stuff up. There's plugins for it. There's crazy stuff. Yep, this is the file we want. Just to see what we heckin' did. What is this? So again, I'm resampling. I do a lot of resampling because I think that's a fun way to like get new sounds. So what is that? So that's the song. Let's find a different part. Yep, this is the song, right? And that is going through an abhorrent effects chain. What is even happening? So that is going through this effects chain, I believe. Oh, so first of all, it is going through the pitch shift technique that I told you about to get it all grainy. That's cool. That sounds very fun. Yeah, just get it super granular and quirky sounding. And then that is going through this effects chain, which is, wow, there's not a lot of stuff on it. It's just an extra one of those pitch shifters, an extra one of the pitch shifter techniques. So this, we have a multi-band delay that is, has a peak filter on it again, fruity peak filter, that is randomizing the scale, which is changing the pitch and changing the amount of dispersion. And that's going for a digitalis with that's really funny. that is Din as the the filter shape. My friend Din. Shout out Din. I must have made these on a call with him. That's really funny. Oh dear. Yeah, and then so that's just like filtering most of the frequencies out and then pitch shifting stuff down to get it all grainy. Yeah, that's a fun one. There's another cool technique. I think all of these bongly congly wongs, as I name them, they were all made with that technique. We have these ones. I think those were made with a similar technique using the multi-band delay to like pitch them around and stuff. I will show you my super uber secret squongle technique. Again, what's one of my prettiest tracks? I say "Be Where You Are" is quite a pretty track. Let's ruin that track. That's this track.
Don't go without you, it's so cold. I need you in my arms.
What a nice, pretty track. Let's ruin it. We're going to put the squongle rack on it. And what the squongle rack is... Oh, did that not do anything? Okay, I'm going to put Sub on the squongle rack because I haven't done that yet. Sharpness. Yep. So what this does is, let's go through it stage by stage. It starts with a digitalis. This is like the bulk of the sound. With this filter shape or filter pattern, which is one of the default ones, I'm pretty sure. Immediately sounds like this, and I think the magicness is coming from the shift, the pitch shifter. That on its own sounds pretty cool, and you could use that for color bass, I'm sure. But I was trying to make some like horrible sounds, horrible glitchy sounds. So yeah, shifting that up 2 octaves just makes it sound all funky. And then within digitalis, there's this corruption section which has like bit crush, like bit depth, distortion, dynamics, and this thing called bit rot, which is kind of like, it just like adds noise, kind of like erosion from Ableton, if you know that, kind of. But there's like, you don't have as much control, but it still sounds really cool. So that's just like adding like interesting noise to it. That is then running through 2 dispersers to kind of bubble up those transients. That is then going through a frequency shifter that's pitching it down. That's then going through a crystallizer, but I've turned that off for now because it just sounds ouchy. And then that is going through 2 OTTs, which is the minimum amount you need in life. So there you go. That is how you make the canvas squongle sounds. That is how I made these from the previous pack. These ones. That is that technique. Use it, mess with it, change it. It's yours. I've been wanting to like do a video on these because it's fun. Yep, that's that technique. In general, making glitches is easy. Glitch Machines are an amazing company. They release a bunch of free plugins, all amazing. They have Hysteresis, which is a glitch delay. They have Fracture, which is just like a glitching plugin. Both of those are free. They have a bunch of paid plugins, but they're always going on sale on Plugin Boutique for as cheap as like $5. It's stupid. But yeah, super cool plugins. Let's show Fracture. It's just literally a dedicated glitching plugin, and the trick for making glitches is turning the dry wet all the way up and then hitting the randomize button, and then you get infinite sounds. Oh, not if you have it muted. You get infinite sounds. Yep. And then what you do is you have Edison, just open up an Edison, have it recording the entire time as you're making stuff, like that. And then now you have that saved. You can drag that into your project like this. And now that's saved, and yeah, you can chop it up, get all the best sounds from it. Super easy. That is when I made the glitch pack. That was the majority of what I used. I also used Portal. Portal has quirky glitching things, as I showed you earlier. Portal has crazy glitches. Chaos, if you go to the chaos mode, there's like 200, I think it is, 200 presets. There you go. Crazy glitches, cool. Yep, that's the glitches. Melodic stuff. Don't know how much is there to say about these. We can go through them. I'll play them. How to ruin a song, make it better in less than 10 seconds. Yep, that is the Canvas specialty. Just ruining songs, beautiful songs, and just ruining them. Yeah, I don't know how much there is to say about the Arps, other than just choosing something bloopy, something plucky. If it loads, even just a basic saw wave, super plucky. Put some delay on it. Ping pong spread, you know. Super easy. Yeah, those are just fun to make, just useful to have in the background of your songs or in intros or to resample. Yeah, Arps, not much to say. Chord Stabs. Yep, Chord Stabs. These you can use as like in Complextro was what I was imagining, to like either like create a rhythm or like be the first hit. I made these using AU5's super saw technique, where it's not really a super saw, it's a chaos saw, as it will, or like a hyper saw. I forget what he called them, but he has a whole video, so I won't talk about it because I don't actually know how to make it. I just have a preset that I've made, where instead of using unison or detune, you use the chaos modes within Serum, which are kind of like random, randomized LFO kind of things, I guess, and have that on the pitch, and you just get this like really cool sounding, yeah, really cool sounding super saw kind of thing. Yeah, and that's just layer that with like a lead, an ARP, like a thick bass, and that's how I made those. Ooh, melody loops. Yeah, we'll play these. Yeah, I do like the melody sections. They're always fun to make, and yeah, they're good fun. Again, not crazy amount I can say with these. These ones, there's a bunch of like granular kind of ones in here. I can show that off. It's like another preset thingy that I've made. Yeah, we'll show that off. It's good to like have like racks pre-made and stuff, just so you can like jump back to them and make like new sounds with them. So there's a bunch of different ones that I've made, all using Portal, like various instances of Portal. So this has the Mangle Smear preset, which is then going into the Shift and Blur preset, which sounds like... which kind of, yeah, just makes it sound quirky cool. This one is called Pitch Jumper, and that is that has the Pitch Jumper preset on with halftime by the looks of it. So Pitch Jumper going into halftime is the main concept. Yeah, that's quite fun. I think there's another one that I've made as well down here. Pitch Jumper, Reflected Surfaces. Scattered Signals is another one. That has the same Mangle Smear preset with Infiltrator on it this time, with Reverb Crumble. Yeah, just like mixing and matching presets and stuff. Yeah. I think there was some more. Not sure though. But yeah, that's how I made those. It's just kind of grainy. Just graining them out. Wherever they are. Where's them? I think also these used Digitalis's. Digitalis has a in the rhythmic presets, which you can't see, it has a preset called Crush Sequence. If I turn it on. Which basically just like pitches it around and kind of glitches it and stutters it. Yeah, and when you run that through like a kind of one of the granular things, it gives it a tempo, but also, yeah, it gives it a bit of interesting flavor, you know? Yeah, and for the other stuff, I used Yuhi Diva for these kind of sounds to make like, because it sounds nice and old school. Amazing plugin. Couldn't recommend it enough. So good. It's just so nice for like warm, pretty sounds. I mean, if you compare the default preset to Serum, like this is how you know this is the best plugin ever made. This is the default preset in Serum when it loads. Default preset. Boring, rubbish, boring, terrible, awful sound. How could you ever use that? But this is the default preset in Diva. Oh yeah, that is mwah. That is the good stuff. But yeah, Diva's great plugin. Nice, yeah, for like lo-fi or old school 80s kind of stuff. They're so weird and unique. Yeah, I appreciate that. I just spend a lot of time just messing around with stuff just to see what it sounds like. You just gotta like use things incorrectly or like kind of not do what you're supposed to do, you know? Like who says that you can't use 3 instances of Portal going into like a chain of 10 more? Like just do it, see what it sounds like. If you think it sounds stupid, it will probably sound cool, so you should do it. That's my advice. So yeah, I use a lot of Diva for some of these. A lot of my piano is made with Keyscape, which really good plugin. And I think just before I was starting working on the pack or like some of the stuff, they added like a new piano, like a whole new, like a super pretty felt piano, which was amazing because I love that sound, and that's how I made these ones. Or one of the lo-fi ones at the top. This one. Yeah, very nice. If you can't afford Keyscape, which I don't blame you because it is too expensive. Addictive Keys is a bit cheaper, I believe, and I got it free with my interface, my Focusrite. So if you're looking at getting a interface and you need a piano, then there's an option. It's pretty good. I go to the Grand Noir preset quite a lot. Very nice. As for free pianos or like cheap pianos, everyone knows about the Labs soft piano. I try not to promote that these days because not a big fan of Spitfire as a company. But yeah, there's loads of videos on free pianos, like Keyzone, that's one. I think there's like a glass piano that's like free as well. Yeah, there's good stuff out there these days. We're quite lucky these days with resources and stuff. Oh yeah, that's my classic dulcet tone that comes from Keyscape. If you ever wanted to know what I use to make that sound, that comes from the bell tone section, and then I always go to the Christmas or music box, and I go to music box because it's really dry. Yeah, and any kind of bell tone, all of these sounds, so like the dulcet tone or the glockenspiel, these kind of sounds sound really good when you granulize them because they have like the kind of nice attack. They're like kind of metallic-y and pretty. Yeah, cool plugins. The Lovely Brew, he made some good ukulele loops for me, which is fun. These four here, I recorded on my home piano. We have like I don't know if it's a Yamaha, but we have like an upright piano that I recorded these for uni, and I stole them for this, for the pack. But yeah, that's the melody loops. I don't have much to say about how I wrote them, like composition wise. That's just because I play the piano. We were talking about that earlier. If you know how to play the piano, it kind of helps with a lot of this stuff. So yeah, that's the melody loops. Pads. Okay, I don't have much to say about the pads because I have a whole stream talking about how I made these specific pads. So yeah, I will play them. Pads. Yep. As I say, I did a whole stream, my first ever stream, I think my first one was talking about how I make pads and all the different methods that I'm aware of how to make pads. A really quick like rundown, if you haven't watched the stream, is one method is choosing a pad sample. I'll do it quick. I can do it quick as we're here. Yeah, you choose a pad sound, you write a bunch of notes, like a bunch of diatonic notes that are like in the scale of the song that you're working with. I'll choose the one that I always use. Where is it? Pads and strings, and then it's like in the dreamy section, or nostalgia actually. Oh no. What one is it? Dreaming. This one. So yeah, if you want to know what preset I used, oh, my big head's blocking it. Fantasia grains in Omnisphere. And then you just put down a bunch of like notes. If you come up to the scale highlightings in FL Studio, I recommend setting it to like a pentatonic scale, because then there's like it just works. It's just what I've found works. And then you just kind of put notes like this. And there you go, you have a pad. Super easy. Another method is using Quanta or using granular plugins. You throw in a track, throw in literally anything, throw in this song. That's a bad example because there's drums. Oh, we can try it in the middle actually. Yeah, pentatonic scales are cool. They make they make things easy, I find, because there's like less. Yeah, it's yeah. We have this. I dragged in my track, Be Where You Are. Put that in. Put a bit of randomness. Turn the length up. Loop this so it doesn't end. Yeah, and then obviously change the sample, change the pitch. That's a second way. A third way is using Pull Stretch, which is this old ass looking plugin. This thing here. Oh, it's missing. I don't know where it is then. Pull Stretch. This thing. You drag something in there, or you load it into the buffer, and then you stretch it. It's really cool. Cool free plugin. And I can't remember what the fourth way was, but there is a fourth way. Convolver. That's what it is. Using Convolver. And this one doesn't matter if there's drums. Sometimes. Depends. So this is the song. Yep, that's the song. Put the Convolver on it. Put it on Blur Pink, which is one of the presets, and easy way to make pads. I went in more detail on the stream, so yeah, go check the stream out. It was nice having you. Thank you for staying as long as you did. I'll catch you later, man. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. So that's pads. We've done that. Go check out the stream that I did. It's in the live section on my channel. Yeah, I go into way more detail. I think the only other difference is I have these pads, which I made with my microcosm, as I was talking about earlier. I'm planning to do a whole microcosm stream, and like going through all of that. So yeah, that'll be fun. We will do that in the future. Tonal One Shots. Let's play these. Yeah, those are those. Super simple to make. You literally just play a C on literally any instrument, render that out, and then what you can do is drag this in as an instrument track and then play it. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, I try to get a good mix of synth ones and kind of more acoustic-y ones. Yeah, really easy. Turnarounds, there's two of these. Yeah, these are things that you can put at the end of your drops to kind of transition them either back to the start of the drop or like transition it out of a drop. Yeah, I can go over the main bass sound in this one, because it's quite cool. It is literally a super saw going through a Serum Effects preset that I've made. I will choose some chords. Some nice chords. Make it into a super saw. Really easy. Serum Effects. I use Serum Effects just for like convenience, because it's quite like all the LFO. I don't have to create automation clips. It all just does it for me. Like I can use the built-in LFOs. And what's happening here is there's a high notch filter. So the high notch filter looks like this. That was this one I showed earlier. It's the one where it has a peak. Oh, I showed it in the last stream actually. It has a peak that goes like this, and it has a notch filter that goes like this. And I've set it up so it goes, as this one goes that way, that one goes that way. So they kind of interact with each other in a vowel-y kind of way. And it sounds like this. And then you can make yo 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 yo, which is fun. Yeah, and that's basically that sound. Let me find it. Melodic stuff, turnarounds. That's another cool way to make color bases. And then you can layer that with Arps. Obviously, you'll need to re-add a sub because we're using a high pass filter. It will remove all the sub bass. Yep. Those are the same super saws as I showed previously with the AU5 Chaos technique, so I won't go over that. Yeah, and then we move on to MIDI. Don't have much to say about the MIDI, other than just try them out. Oh, I forgot I still have that on it. You might remember these if you are familiar with some of my music. You might know some of these, so that could be quite fun if you care. 10 points. Anyone in chat who knows that, or anyone in the comments, if you know what song that is, even though it says it in the title. Shush. Yep, this is just MIDI. Just some chord stuff, some melody, some arps. I've included the canvas melody, if you ever wanted to recreate it. I spy an Eva. Hello, Eva. How are you? There we go. That's all the MIDI. Yeah, you can throw that onto pianos, arps for background stuff. Yeah. Go nuts. You can tweak them to your heart's content, change the keys. No rules, do what you want. Oh, you recognize it, but you don't know the name. That's it, you get 5 points for that, Scratch, don't worry. Oh dear. Okay, the Vital presets. Slight issue. Unlike Serum presets, Vital presets don't show in the browser, which is rude. But I have them loaded. I have most of them loaded. So I will show you. Oh no, Vital's gonna be rude. Yeah, Vital's gonna be kind of rude to us and not show. Oh, it's bugging for me now even. Okay, maybe I won't show you the Vital presets. Vital is free, and the pack will be free soon, so you guys can explore the Vital presets on your own. Only things to really note with it is I played a lot with the ability to just drag in samples to turn into wavetables. And doing that, yeah, you can do cool stuff with that. I didn't make anything too crazy. But yeah, that is yeah, we'll skip over that. It's not too big of a deal. They're not crazy. Yeah, you can go experiment and see what I did there. If it is FL Studio is crashing. Wow, that Vital really messed us up. One sec. Let's try again, shall we? Let's see. Bap. Okay. We are almost at the end here, boys and gals, and beans. We are acapellas. Oh god, I'm gonna cringe. We have 2 acapellas. They're basically one acapella, but yeah. Sorry, I didn't announce that this was the vocal section. Yeah, this is all the vocals. So in this category, we have acapellas, chants, process vocals, vocal ambience, and vocal chops. Exciting. I love vocals. Vocals are, I think they're such a good way to give such character to tracks. I said the word such twice in that, and it didn't make sense. But so we have these 2. I will play them. Oh, it crashed, and it has reset the audio settings. Good thing I was looking for that, eh? Let's try that again. There we go.
Don't force yourself to face it all. When the light begins to fade, I feel so small. Quit before it takes its toll. Don't force yourself to face it all.
Those are the 2 acapellas. That is me singing, surprisingly enough. It's the first time I've ever sung for any of these packs. It's the first time I've like sung, like recording myself singing properly in general. So yeah, I thought it was like, it would be a fun idea to have an acapella in the pack. But I was too shy to ask any vocalists, so I was like, well, fine, I'll do it myself. Thanos meme, you know. Yeah, I just sung into my mic, and then I processed it with a manipulator, which is a really cool plugin, which I haven't talked about, I don't think, at all. Yeah, manipulator. This is like a dedicated kind of vocal plugin. And so what I did, I sang 2 pitches up than I wanted the final to be, so I pitched it down 2 semitones just so it sounded a bit darker. So like, as an example, if it started whoops, yeah, so if the original was like up here, oh god, do I want to hear the original?
Quit before it takes its toll. Don't force yourself to face it all.
So I sang it at that pitch, and then I pitched it down to just so it would sound a bit darker. That's quite a fun technique if you want to use like vocals but like have them a bit darker. And I also messed around with the formant. So the difference between formant and pitch, for those that don't know, pitch changes the key, but formant changes the timbre of the voice, but keeps it in the same key. So you can hear. You can hear it staying in the same key.
Don't force yourself to face it all.
But it just kind of sounds like the vocalist is either singing with like a wider throat or like a more pinched kind of throat. My voice cracked when I said that. But yeah, I messed with that. I pitched it down just to make it sound a bit darker. I probably did some more processing, like widening and reverb. But the kind of main cool thing with Manipulator is it has a harmony engine. I think that's what you'd call it. But you can input MIDI, if I can find the MIDI thing. You can input MIDI into it. Oh god, I never remember which way. I'll just do that. Boop. You can input MIDI to send to Manipulator, and what that will do is harmonize your thingies. What key is it in? It is in A minor. So let's find something that's in A minor. Okay, it doesn't really matter because it'll pitch it anyway.
Quit before it takes its toll.
Funky.
Don't force yourself to face it all.
So that's what the harmony engine's doing.
Quit before it takes its toll. Don't force yourself to face it all.
Yeah, you can just make chords out of the vocals. And I thought that sounded kind of cool with this one. Yeah, you can kind of hear it has a kind of more like warm backing to it. Yeah, and that's how I did that. Yeah, that's the acapellas. Hopefully next year I will be brave enough to actually ask some competent, good vocalists other than just my stupid voice. But yeah, that's what we got for this year. And that takes us to the chants. And oh ho ho, this is the good stuff. This is where we had fun with the pack. So I asked a bunch of my friends to send me chants, and a bunch of them are in the chat. So say hi, all the lovely people that did chants. We have Scratchy. Scratchy did some chants. We had Brew do some chants. SP did some chants. And I did a couple as well. Yeah, so I'm going to bait you out, Scratch. I'm going to play your funny sounds. Yeah, and you too, Brew. I'm playing them all. That's funny. Don't know about that. I'll play through them quickly just to not embarrass you guys too much, even though they're on a free sample pack that everyone can download, but whatever. You guys are funny. Okay, yeah, so yeah, there's not much to say about these other than just hearing them.
Bitch.
Bruh.
Ew. Fuck.
Hey.
Huh? Let's go.
Nia.
Ooh. Oh, what's this? Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh.
Woo.
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 Yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. That is all of our chants. Feel free to use those as like offbeats or do crazy weird stuff with our voices. Yep, not much to say about those. Those are the chants. Thank you all the guys that submitted, sending those over. They're very funny. I love them all. Oh god, I'm dying. Oh god, did one of you curse me for showing those off? I'm dying. Yeah, the Nias are the best ones. Yeah, they're amazing. Okay, now we have process vocals. We're nearing the end. This is exciting. Mainly because it means I get to go to bed. But yeah, process vocals. I will play those.
Denied. Rhythm fucking sucks.
I pray with despair. Destruction is imminent. 10, 9. It's time to enter. I become capability. I become the horror. Less than a mistake you.
Trans rights, bitch.
Destroy your mind.
Colors 03.
I become capability. I become the horror. Initializing simulation. Let that darkness take you. It's an failure.
Ooh woo.
Rise up, gamers.
So yeah, as you can tell, we were having a bit of fun at this point in the pack. So these kind of robo ones,
Rhythm fucking sucks.
those were made with the built-in speech thing, speech text-to-speech robot in FL Studio. Yeah, you
Sounds.
So all you do is you type in speech into the search bar, and you drag it over, and then you can't see this pop-up, but a little pop-up appears where you have a bunch of options. You can type in stuff. You can change what it sounds like. You can change the you can make it sing or talk or breathe or whisper if you want to do some creepy stuff. Yeah, they're fun. Yeah, and that's totally free, and it comes with FL Studio.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
I think there's a free one as well. That if you're not using FL Studio, it's called like VST Speak. Speak this boy, classic. I think everyone must know about this. That was really loud. I do apologize. But yeah, you can just type in whatever you want. You can type in uwu, and then it will say uwu. Or it won't say you uwu, it will say you. Unless you go ooh, ooh, woo. So, there you go. Yeah, this is free. Really old plugin. You can change the pitch and stuff. I didn't use it for the pack, but there you go. The other ones,
Colors 03.
That was Brew, our lovely Brew. I made him say Colors 03, and then I put a resonator on it. That's that. That's how I did that one. We have a bunch of processed ones from the lovely Scratch decks. They recorded some funny, cool like sentences that I use manipulator on.
Quit before it's.
So I can just show you, because I've got manipulator open. I just kind of pitch them down. Yeah, I messed with the MIDI, like. I messed with the pitch, the harmonizer engine is what I should be saying. Just pitching them down, making them all grainy. These ones are my favorite ones. And they sound so cool. I can't remember exactly how I did those, but I think I just pitched them down a lot and then like bit crushed them with Digitalis, or with the bit rot even. Yeah, you get the idea. It was just make it sound creepy, basically. Yeah, that's how I did that. It was just with manipulator, pitching them down and making them sound funny. Yeah, I recorded some myself to make me sound like a GLaDOS robot lady. Or this one, which it really annoys me because the word initializing sounds so like posh British because I said it. It's like, oh, it annoys me, but there you go. Yeah, people can use that if they want. The second to last is the vocal ambience section, which they sound like this. Super easy to make. Just getting a vocal, we'll use the one that we have here. No, not sounding like that, we won't. This one. All I did was put the convolver on it, on the same as if we were making a pad. And then I rendered it out and kind of chopped it manually, but you could just like put like a shaper box or any kind of volume automation LFO and just have like a cool background thing. If I go to my splice folder, go to the vocals, choose a random vocal, if it plays. Yep, that sounds cool. Drag you in, turn you up a bit, and then yep, and then you can just fine tune it and chop it up. Put that in the background of your drops to give it a bit more like airy vocally qualities and space. Yeah, super cool. That one's the same kind of technique. It's just a vocal chop, but I've obviously bit crushed it. Yep, nothing too crazy. The final thing to go through, the vocal chops. I will play these. Vocal chops, classic canvas. Everyone knows, if you know my music, you know I like vocal chops. We've included a bunch in the packs before, and here are some more. Here are a couple more that I've made. You might recognize these from some songs that are coming out. This one is coming out in Regime. Here's what it sounds like in context, just because I can pull it up real quick. Here's a bit. There you go. No spoilers. Yep, and then this one is coming out on Respite on the same album as Regime, so pay attention for that. And this one, that is from my Try Night remix, which also might be coming out tomorrow. Like, oh yeah, the results are being announced for that tomorrow, so that's scary. But we're not going to talk about that. We're not going to think about that. And this, yeah. So how do we make vocal chops? We start with a vocal. Surprise, surprise. I'll go to my splice folder because I have a bunch of them. We'll choose a random one. Yep, that works for me. I think FL Studio makes vocal chopping really easy. See, there was an old way that people used to do things with this plugin called SliceX. And I used to do this. This is what it looks like. You drag in the thingy here, and then you click one of these buttons, which I can't find. Is it that one?
I just wanna go.
I have not done this in a while.
Baby,
oh gosh.
One more time. I don't wanna be without you.
I don't know how to use that plugin. I panicked. We'll try that again. SliceX. Slice, not SpliceX. Slice. Yeah, there was a way you could do it by dragging them in here, and there's like an auto slicing button. Ah, here we go. Auto slicing. There we go. And what that does is it creates a bunch of clips like this that you can choose. It basically like chops noticeable parts for you into, and you can use it like a sequencer basically. And then what you can do is you make a vocal chop. You can go like this. Amazing. And then you can pitch it up. Well, not pitch it up. You can move it up and then you get variations. That's quite a cool way. I used to do that quite a bit. Is the one cool trick about this is if you set click this little button up here, the little triangle, that's like the pitch slide, and the way the pitch slide works with samples in FL is the length of the slide note is how long it takes to slide. So this, if imagine that we're at the root note here, it will take the entire length of this note to pitch down, right? If that makes sense. So if I get one of these longer notes, I think one of them is longer. That one is longer. As you can hear, it pitches down over time. But the cool thing about this is if you set it really quickly, you don't hear the pitch bend. So you can change the note like really easily. Which is super cool. Yeah, that's a cool technique, and it saves you a bit of time rather than pitching all the stuff around. Because what I do is I do it all in the actual timeline. So you can't see this, but if you click the little thingy up here, and then there's a thing that says chop, and then you can chop it. There's sharp, medium, or dull auto slicing, and as you can see, it's basically done the same thing as the other as Slice X, where it chops everything. It's like individual thingies, individual chops, vocal chops, which is cool. And then what I would do is just like get one of them, say this one, so this sounds like, and then I would duplicate it like a couple times, and then using the little like slip thing, the tool that lets you drag stuff left and right, you can just drag the sample in place, and you can get variations like to try and, this is how I try and create melodies with it. It's really, yeah, it's just I find it as an intuitive way of making chops. Because now I have this, I can drag the whole thing and then get a totally different vibe. Let's try this. There you go, that sounds quite cool. Yeah, that's quite fun. Yep, that's the basic gist of it. And then there's different ways you can process it. You can distort it so it sounds all crunchy, or just keep it kind of clean. Yeah, there's lots of fun stuff you can do with it at this point. Yeah, distortion's always a fun one. Put in camel pressure, which makes it very loud. Yep, super easy, super fun. Yeah, that is how I chop vocals. Yeah, and it's just like, that's why I have such a big vocal library in my splice folder, because yeah, I like lots of vocals. It's fun. And the last thing to mention is this one. If you don't have access to like a bunch of vocals, I mean, there are a bunch of free, you can get free vocals, or free acapellas and stuff on YouTube, royalty free acapellas, or just chop up non-royalty free ones, but don't tell anyone. But don't do that. That is bad, you know. But yeah, what you could do, there is a free Vocaloid called Alter Ego. That didn't load for some reason. Let me try again. Yeah, there's a free plugin called Alter Ego, which is a free Vocaloid. What a Vocaloid is a text, like similar to the text-to-speech robots we were looking at before, but for singing, for vocals. So you can choose one of them. Your version won't have Daisy because Daisy was like a kind of special, like pre-order kind of thing. She's like one of the cool voices, but yeah, I like her. Yeah, she has a cool. She sounds cool. If she plays, don't know why she's not playing.
Select your
There we go.
alter, go. Select your alter, ego. Select your alter.
Oh, there we go. So what you can do is, if I go to the scores again, browse scores.
Your select your alter, ego. Select your.
There you go, and then you can just type stuff in here. Wow, Scratchy is a cutie pie. Oh my god, so cute. There you go, and then Daisy will sing this. so, so yeah, you can just make cool vocals with that and cool melodies. And then what I did for this one, what am I trying to find? Oh, because I'm in the scores. What I did for this one. Yeah, I bounced this out, the Daisy like file, and then chopped it up like how I chopped up this one, and then I processed it in a similar way, like compressing it and stuff. And yeah, that's just another fun way to kind of make more kind of robotic vocal chops that have a bit more, I don't know, like quirky characters to them. And yeah, I think with that, we are done. We have made it through Colors 03. That is the whole pack. Yeah, we did it. So guys, we did it. How long have we been going for? Wow, we just hit the 4 hours mark as I do that. How amazing is that? Wow, 4-hour stream. We have been busy. Yeah, but that is everything. So guys, we did it. Yeah. That is everything that Colors 03 has to offer. I won't advertise too much because everyone here knows about the pack. You guys have all seen it, you know, some of you have already bought it. Yeah, but that is, if any of this interests you, for the people watching the VOD maybe, there's a link in the description that takes you to the page for the pack. Yeah, it's been a big, we worked hard on it. 100% of the proceeds made during July goes to the charity Outright to help LGBT people all over the world. It's a good cause. But if you can't afford that for whatever reason, totally cool. The pack will be made available for free at the start of August. So not long left. That's why I had to get these streams done, just to showcase what's in the pack, to maybe get a couple more eyes on it. And yeah, that's all I have to say. I won't plug it any more than that. But yeah, maybe to end, we could play the demo tracks that I made for the pack. Yeah, I won't go through how I made these because I would big die. But yeah, that's all she wrote. Thank you everyone for sticking around and hanging out and for chatting and being so lovely and friendly and cool. It's been good. Thanks for keeping me company. Yeah, I'm glad I got to blab and just talk about music stuff, and lovely people cared enough to sit and listen. It was very nice. I appreciate it. Yeah, I will play us out with all the demo tracks that I made. So 100% of the sounds in these demo tracks are from the pack. So yeah, there was no external like samples at all. It was all made and processed samples from the pack. Yeah, and with that, thanks guys. I will see you next Tuesday. Yeah, bye.
destroy your mind.